Okay, I'd like to welcome everyone to our April 25th, 2023 City Council meeting. In the interest of government transparency with regards to deliberations and decisions made by our City Council and according to open meeting law, since this meeting was posted as a Zoom meeting, this meeting is recorded by video and audio and will be conducted by remote participation. Additionally, all votes taken by the City Council during this and future remote meetings will be by roll call vote. If you're calling in on a phone, you can press *9 to request to speak. If you are watching on a computer or device, there is a raised hand button that you can tap or press to request to speak. Please use either of these options during oral communications to be recognized to speak. It's the finding of the City of Gloucester that no individual should be denied equal treatment or opportunity because of their age, ancestry, color, disability, including intellectual and developmental mental disability, family status, immigration status, gender identity or expression, military status, marital status, national origin, race, religion, sex, or sexual orientation. I'd like to announce the names of the city councilors who are here and city staff. First of all, I'm Val Gilman. I'm the Ward 4 city councilor, and I'm also the council president. We have Jason Groh, who is our at-large city councilor. We have Scott Memard, who is our Ward 1 city councilor. Tony Gross, at-large city councilor. Councilor Jamie O'Hare, at-large city councilor. Councilor Sean Nolan, who is Ward 5, as well as our vice chair. Frank Margiotta is our Ward 3 city councilor. Jeff Worthley is our at-large city councilor. Tracy O'Neill is going to be about 5 minutes late, she said, and she is our Ward 2 city councilor. And I think that is everyone on the city council. So I'd also like to introduce Jill Cahill, who's on our call tonight, our CAO, John Dunn, who is our CFO, Diane Katz, who is filling in for Kenny Coster in our auditors department. And let me just check to see who else might be on the call representing administration. Joanne Sinos, of course, our city clerk. How can I forget you, Joanne? Let's see. Right now, that's all I see, and we have 25 attendees, and I'm already seeing people with their hands up, which is awesome. First order of business, Madam Clerk.
The first order of business is oral communications.
The public shall have the opportunity at every regularly scheduled meeting to be heard under oral communications on matters not appearing on the agenda. Oral communications shall allow any resident who has a request or complaint of any nature relative to city business to appear before the council, state their problem without debate, and the matter shall be referred to the proper agency through the office of the mayor. The resident will be notified within the 2-week period relative to the disposition of same, and a copy shall be forwarded to the city council. Persons speaking under oral communications shall be limited to 3 minutes each. I'd like to ask that the person first on our roll call, Scott Memard, are you ready to time? And so if you could give us a warning at 2 minutes and 50 seconds, just a note, time, and then I'll give the person 10 seconds to wind up at that point in time. And then our city clerk will be doing the timing for our public hearings, of which we have many tonight. So when we call you in, and Councilor O'Neill has joined the call. I told you she was only going to be a short 5 minutes late. Tracy, we just wave to everyone so they see you. Thank you. So let's begin, and we have some people for oral communications. And if when you come in, if you'd introduce yourself and your address, and you have 3 minutes to speak to us. It looks like Jane Dobson is on the call. So Jane, would you introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes to speak to us?
Yes, my name's Jane Fox Dobson, but my husband's here as well. So I would like to use his 3 minutes as well because he has throat cancer and can't speak.
Okay, so I would ask Scott if you would allow Jane to have 6 minutes of time. So you have the floor, Jane. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. I would like to bring up to date regarding our neighborhood meeting held on Saturday, April 15th at 14 Becker Circle, which was formerly 11 Becker Lane. There were at least 25 homeowners who participated in discussing current and past issues, including water lines, fire hydrants, and road pavements. On behalf of all attendees, I would like to commend Ward Councilors Sean Nolan, Jamie O'Hara, and Jeff Worthley for meeting with us, which allowed us the opportunity to listen and learn and to speak and share vital information and personal experiences. We provided Sean with an in-depth history of the land of misfits. It included a neighborhood map to point out the city's misidentified section of Thompson Street, the city's mistaken legal residential addresses, and the city's infamous mismanaged waterline maze. We outlined the consequences of these reprehensible wrongdoings, as well as the ongoing out-of-pocket personal expenses we have endured. We also presented Sean with a Gloucester Daily Times article dated December 9th, 2011. It was entitled Betterment Plan, a Viable Solution on Water Service, and subtitled Betterment Sought for Becker Lane. The author describes how the residents on Becker Lane receive fewer city services and want the city to fix a poorly functioning water main. And the city acknowledges that even though it can't repair, wants repairs to a private main on a private road, it continues to charge the residents for their water service, making sure they kick in to help pay some of the highest rates in the state. At this point in time, Ward 5 City Councilor Greg Berger and at-large colleague Joe Salino were going to ask the full council to vote to accept a state law that would allow the city to undertake a water betterment project. This would let the DPW tackle the problem with taxpayers and neighbors sharing in cost. Berger states, the water issues faced along Becker Lane can actually be applied to a number of streets and neighborhoods across the city from East Gloucester to Rust Island Road. Berger notes, there and elsewhere, residents have to deal with substandard water services. And in the case of Becker Lane, these services are provided through a 2-inch plastic water main that is overburdened and supplying street homes. In the end, Berger said that the city is charging for this service and should have a way to address these concerns. I don't think the city can wash their hands of this and say it's not our problem. Well, 12 years have gone by. The city has ignored our pleas. It appears that the simple solution was just to sweep the issue under the rug and embrace the adage, out of sight and out of mind. Unfortunately, the city can no longer pull the wool over our eyes. We have waited far too long, so it's time for us to pull the rug out from underfoot and resolve this issue. Since the city has dragged its feet, the cost to replace this community's infrastructure has become too astronomical for us to bear. Ironically, the city now expects us to absorb this out-of-pocket expense without tax assistance and to accept an idea that is politically crafted, then gift-wrapped, and presented to us as a betterment package. Your expectations for us to absorb added expenses on top of our already outrageous property taxes is a slap in the face and an insult to our intelligence. Perhaps you should cut back on lavish and/or nice but unnecessary expenses and concentrate on improving our failing infrastructure. It has become apparent that over the years, citizens residing on roads deemed private benefited from city-approved projects funded by city taxpayers. We discussed Woodman Street, Lake Road, Seville Road, Thompson Street, and most recently, Overlook Avenue. As a close-knit community, we have unanimously decided that we can no longer pay equal taxes and then accept additional financial burdens. Therefore, we have decided to unite and oppose these betterment packages since we will no longer allow you to treat us as second-class citizens. We encourage all those neighborhoods experiencing the same discrimination to stand up and become part of a united front. Our strength is in numbers. We need to send a message to Mayor Berger and other city officials that they were hired by voters to fulfill a position and obligated to find solutions to resolve citywide problems, including water lines, fire hydrants, and road pavements. In the meantime, we will continue to dig deep and turn over rocks to unveil the unknown and to make our city more transparent. It's time for change, and it's time for our city to reflect on past wrongdoing and concentrate on the future. This city has a moral obligation as well as a monetary responsibility to treat us all as one and to treat us all equally. This city consists of 5 wards, and each ward has unique and diversified neighborhoods. This is what makes this city so intriguing. City Hall is the heartbeat of our community. It needs to breathe fresh air and pump life into each community, no matter how close to or how far we live from the city center.
Jane, you have 10 seconds to
Just
wrap up your 6
In
minutes.
closing, I thank you for your time and hope those speaking tonight support this united front and voice their concerns. Once again, we are all equal and deserve to be treated equally, especially when it comes to our hard-earned tax contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Next person. And you have 3 minutes to speak to our council if you'd introduce yourself and your address. Hi, Kevin, would you introduce yourself? Thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kevin O'Malley. I am a resident of 47 Crafts Road on Rust Island. I've been a lifelong resident there. My goal for speaking tonight is to advocate for year-round deep water on Rust Island. Rust Island is at a great fire risk, given the fact that we have 50 households and 3 businesses on Rust Island. And presently, we only have city-owned summer surface water to provide water from mid-April to late October. In the winter months, there is no water to provide safety on Rust Island. As taxpayers, I feel we are not being treated fairly on Rust Island. And to be honest with you, I've looked into this in the past, and many times the response that I've gotten is it's too expensive to handle Rust Island. That said, I am aware that Seville Road and Overlook have received water. And in 2020, I spoke with Mayor Romeo Taken, and she said that at that time, Overlook was being handled with year-round water, and Rust Island and all other areas were going to be addressed in the future because they wanted to do away with summer surface water because of the issues with it. However, nothing happened. We never received anything. Deep water at this time comes through Sudbury's up to Lobsterland. Lobsterland received water within the last 5 years. However, nothing was extended to Rust Island. That said, recently a note was written to the mayor, Mayor Berger, asking what would happen if there was a working fire on Rust Island, a working fire being an active fire. And that response was sent forward to our present fire chief, and Mr. Smith responded, Chief Smith responded by operational. It's difficult for the fire department to operate where hydrants are distant. As I said, ours is at Lobsterland. He said in those situations, they try to establish a water supply by a relay pump. And this will also initiate a call for mutual aid from Essex. The key thing is that the distance to stretch a line to the end of Rust Island is between 2,600 and 3,000 feet, depending on the route. Clearly, this is a long stretch and requires at least 3, preferably 4 engines to accomplish that, as that's a very long pumping operation. We are able to do this.
Kevin, you have about 10 seconds to wrap up. Thank you.
And takes time to get those resources in place. That said, Rust Island is not a safe place for the taxpayers here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kevin. Next person, Philip Hubble. Philip, you have up to 3 minutes to talk to us. Would you state your name and your address? The floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Philip Hubble and my wife is Darcy. We live at 19 Becker Circle in West Gloucester. It is the first and only home we have ever purchased. We've lived there raising our 2 boys for 25 years. Upon purchasing our home, we knew it needed some TLC, but the house had passed a thorough home inspection as well as the necessary Title V. We felt confident as new homeowners we could tackle any obstacle. However, we were wrong. We quickly found out about the state of the water system on the hill during a major break in year 1. I was unprepared for everything I learned that year and in the subsequent years to follow. When our family began to need some more space, we had serious thoughts about leaving and buying somewhere else, but instead chose to renovate and stay because we love it here. However, due to inadequate water pipes, every fall I start to think about having to leave my water running overnight, having to do laundry and dishes at 4 a.m., and constantly having to make sure water is moving through the system. There is no loop. My house is the end of the line. And if I don't do these things, my neighbors will suffer. Inversely, every spring, I know in short order I will have no water pressure. I will have the equivalent flow rate of about a gallon every 2 to 3 minutes and will barely be able to take a shower. The questions are simple, though the answers are not. I cannot understand how on earth the number of houses in this area were able to develop without any oversight over the water system. system. It grew this large with no suitable potable water system, no fire hydrants, and no support or oversight from the city. All the while I've paid my taxes, paid my water bill, paid my excise taxes, and participated as a citizen of Gloucester. The scope of this issue is so far beyond the skill and resources of this neighborhood to take care of that comments such as "it's your problem" have become increasingly insulting. Local government at its core needs to provide for the basic health and well-being of its citizens. Our taxes, both directly and indirectly, pay for this. Infrastructure is a core function of our city government. It's the very size, scope, and need for continuity of the infrastructure and the water lines that requires local government to be the driving force and responsible party for it. Not to mention, it has and uses public funds and assets for building and maintaining the city water system. For over a decade, we have been promised that we would be helped, which has been documented in government documents as well as newspaper articles. It's time to help with what has been promised us. It's time to treat the citizens residing on Becker Circle, Becker Lane, and Whites Mountain Road equally to the rest of the citizens of Gloucester. Greenbelt has done an amazing job developing the areas behind our neighborhood for public use. Please keep in mind the fires last year and what start and just how far away the water is from us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Philip. Next person. Gregory Doe, would you introduce yourself and your address? And you have up to 3 minutes to talk to our council. Thank you. If you would unmute yourself, that would be great.
My name is Gregory Doe. I live at 7 Whites Mountain Road, also known as 13 Thompson Street. We purchased our home in 1991, 3/4 acre lot, single family home. Our mailing address, 7 Whites Mountain Road. Our deeded address is 13 Thompson Street. Thompson Street is the oldest city road in Gloucester, and it's an old cart road today. It was one of remains a historic paths. Since we had no access to our home via Thompson Street, we endured higher closing costs, and additional lawyer fees were necessary to secure a right-of-way via Whites Mountain Road. 20 years ago, my neighbors and I signed up for a 50-50 road betterment agreement to have Whites Mountain Road paved. The total cost of this project was divided among 5 home owners. That's a betterment. Based on this agreement, you would think the city would be obligated to annually inspect the road and patch potholes so that our joint investment is protected, but they simply do not reply, private road, no services. I recall my first winter experience here. My neighbor, Dave White, informed me that there was a water leak, and I recommended calling the DPW and having it repaired. I was surprised when he explained that since the water line was on private property, the city would not repair it. In other words, even though I have realtor papers documenting we have city water, little did I know that we did not have city water services. Since then, we've had numerous breaks. I recall one Christmas Eve, the DPW directors threatened to shut off our water supply if we did not fix it, then wished us a Merry Christmas. Over the past 30 years, my neighbors and I have invested too much time and money dealing with this ludicrous problem. Recently, the city undertook paving of Thompson Street, starting at Becker Circle and ending just beyond a driveway belonging to the newest residential home. This property was developed in 2000 and is located at 12 Thompson Street. And yet the city of Gloucester paved 500 feet to service this one residence as the taxpayer expense. Why didn't the city run water main and hydrants up Thompson Street as they recently did on Inglewood Road, Lake Road, Overlook Road, and Woodman Street, and Seville Road? This may come to a surprise to you. 3 out of the 5 properties and mailing addresses on Thompson Street are deeded properties on Thompson Street, Whites Mountain Road, Thompson Street. All these years, we have paid out-of-pocket expenses to access the right-of-ways to Whites Mountain Road and have it paved, plus continue to pay for repairs and maintenance. We have been here far longer than a single residence at 12 Thompson Street and deserve to be treated equally. We deserve that the same city services extended to all other residents of the city. We deserve to have a fire hydrant and a proper water line in this neighborhood.
Greg, you have about 10 seconds to wrap up. Thank you.
To service and protect us. We have no fire protection in this area. Thank you very much for your time. Bye.
Thank you so much. Next person. We have 12 hands raised. Suzanne, would you introduce yourself and state your address? And you have up to 3 minutes to talk to us.
Yes, thank you very much. Susanne Altenburger, 66 Atlantic Street. My sympathies to my neighbors down the street with their water problems. I'm lucky that we have a big old pipe up front, but you folks keep up the good work. At Phil Bolton and Friends, my late husband's and my business here, we've been designing boats, we've been offering the fishing industry what we think is important work counts. So we're not selling anything. We've been doing this always pro bono. In 2003, we noticed something was really wrong in the industry. And 2004, National Fishermen reported on us, meaning we've been doing this for a very long time. And the issue's gotten so bad that some fishermen today speak in public about them being the last generation. What has happened here? The industry has been frozen in time, and the industry frozen time since 1994 simply will not be around for very much longer. My interest here tonight is not to speak to the mayor. He's been gracious to give me a substantial amount of time to discuss the matter. I'm interested in sharing much more, not tonight, eventually with the city council to have maybe at long last a community-wide conversation. The late Jackie Hardy, when she was city council president, she ran a full Saturday morning on a particularly pressing issue she thought was necessary to have a broader conversation about. I'm proposing this as well, as I've shared with City Council President Gilman, here we are, earlier already. She's familiar with my reasoning. I think the tragedy here is that we've never really had, in those 29 years of these odd federal rules, we've never had any citywide conversation about this. Not because people are silly, not because people didn't do their homework, but it's such an odd set of sneaky, slow-moving regulation that most fishermen even were not aware of it until we started collecting signatures, of which we did indeed collect 60 off. So I'm going to shut this off my lengthy read. What I'm hoping for you folks to consider is that you and we all will organize a public discussion about a major issue. Gloucester's 400 years old. This year offers us a fair amount of public power. We can ask the state, we can ask the federal government to please put an end to these odd regulations. Fishermen are behind that set of solutions, as we can show with signatures. And I think Gloucester City Council has a strong role to play on this. We should lead as America's oldest fishing port. It's our signature reputation. It's what we're known for around not just these parts, but worldwide in many measures. And 400 years should finally allow us to maybe plan for the next 400. Thank you very much for listening to me on this. And please keep on helping us folks with the water pressure. That is spooky business. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suzanne. Next person, you have up to 3 minutes to talk to us. Name and address. Marianne, welcome.
Hi, Marianne Albert Boucher, 93 Mount Pleasant Avenue. The Coahaba Beach Consultants Report was completed in November of 2022 after public pressure. Oral comments at both the Board of Health and City Council meetings, and notably the Creek and Coahaba Beach problem, were not mentioned during the mayor's published annual report or the council president's report, both published in the Gloucester Daily Times. Here we are again in year 3. The 2023 summer season is weeks away. A Clean the Creek group was formed due to heightened concerns for the safety of those using the beach and the high levels of enterococci levels discovered. Let us be reminded that the state's standard levels should not exceed 104 CFU, and the creek's level far exceeded those safe levels, and the creek was closed at the beginning of the 2022 summer season and have stayed closed. While the report was made public in January of this year, it was not definitive with any results and not sorted out. A presentation to the City Council may check off a box, but will it be remediation, such as a remediation plan, the cause of the source, the action plan moving forward, and test results? Instead of getting caught up with where the responsibility lies, let's agree that the safety and well-being of both residents and visitors must be top priority. Regular updates should be readily available to the public. Recently, hearing that this would be terrible press for our city was disturbing to me. Let us be reminded that our City Council's governance priorities for the 2022-2023 Council, dated on January 11, 2022, spoke of transparency and accountability. Within the past few days, rumors that the creek testing levels are within standard range and the no swimming signage will be removed is certainly welcome news. I, along with many other concerned residents, look forward to reviewing all of the test results, meaning past and current, the source and or the sources of the enterococci contamination. What infrastructure and streets were impacted and what repairs were made? What is the plan moving forward? How long have the levels been safe to allow for the signage to be removed? What does this mean for the beach sand, marsh sediment, and estuary if that area is up to the high tide level? State requirements begin again on May 1st. Since it is not May 1st yet, and if it is true that the Good Harbor Beach pollution markers are now safe, who did the testing to come to that conclusion? Was it independent? Did it have a state or federal reviewer oversight? How is it valid without a health director? In closing, let us all be reminded again that transparency and accountability is something we all want. This should be front page on both the city's website and our local newspaper. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Francesco, would you introduce yourself and your address? You have up to 3 minutes to talk to us for anything that's not on the agenda.
Hi, I'm Francesco Paul Vitale, 4 Haskell Court. I'm here to discuss our water issue like other citizens of the town. My wife and I bought the house from her mother in 2001, and the house has been in her family since, I believe, 1905. And from my understanding, the water pipes were laid in our street in sometime in the 1940s. And at that time, Haskell Court was not, I repeat, was not a private road. I forget what year it magically became a private road. Just like everyone else in the city, ever since the city started charging for water rates, we paid, and her family has paid, and the rest of the residents of the street have paid the same rate as the people on Haskell Street, 100 feet away from me, who a few years ago got new water pipes. And we have a 2-inch line that's rotting. I have literally stood in front of my house while my neighbor was watering his yard, turned my spigot on, and watched his water disappear. It's not the way we should be treated. We need to all be treated equal. We pay the same water rate as everyone else, and the pipes were laid down and put in the street by the city and should be maintained for the city. And if the city thinks they're going to force me to pay at a betterment to repair it, well, guess what? Since the 40s, all the residents of my street have been paying the full rate on the water bill like everyone else. So you already got your betterment money from us, and we demand the water pipes be repaired. This is not how you treat your citizens, and this must be addressed. And I'm talking all neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person is Leontine Hartzell. Would you introduce yourself and state your address? You have 3 minutes to talk to us. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leontine Hartzell. I live at 10 Hammond Street, which I purchased 8 years ago. And I live in East Gloucester, not far from Good Harbor Beach. And my main concern this evening is about saving this creek and saving the public who allows their children, because they don't know any better, to play in the polluted sand along the banks of the creek, especially when the creek is at low tide. I see children wading in the water already. I go down to Good Harbor Beach pretty much every day. I see people swimming already in this warm spring in the mouth of the creek because there's no signage there. And this is a public health and environmental emergency. I understand, I'm a plain speaker. I understand that it would be horrific publicity for the city of Gloucester if word got out that raw sewage was running into Good Harbor Beach. However, that is exactly what is happening. And while there's been testing, nothing to my knowledge has been done to fix the problem. This is a public health and environmental emergency. How many children do you think went home last summer and got sick and got fevers? And who knows what those sicknesses could have developed into. This is a really, really serious problem. It really disturbs me that this area is not cleaned up. Pipes are not replaced that are clearly leaking and broken, and that people are getting sick. I know surfers have gotten sick. I am sure there are children who have gotten sick because that creek is, looks like a beautiful place to play, except now it really stinks most of the time. At low tide in the winter, if I sit in my car next to the creek, the stench is terrible. On a hot summer day, and you know that the end of that footbridge is where many, many people get picked up and dropped off, the stench is going to be horrific. This is a secret that Gloucester can't keep any longer. The smell gives it away. Something needs to be done. And I believe somebody needs to be in charge of this, a health director. If funding is needed, state, federal funding, I'm sure can be found. Action needs to be taken. From listening to my neighbors discuss water issues, as I said, I'm a plain speaker. This city has been under mismanagement for a long time, but now
Can you have 10 seconds to wrap up. Thank you.
But now it's time for us and you to take action and fix these problems so we have a good city for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for speaking. Next person, 3 minutes to speak to us about anything not on the agenda. And if you would introduce yourself and your address. Thank you. Anne, welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Anne Strong and I live at 44 Crafts Road on Rust Island. You've heard from Kevin O'Malley, who lives here. I have some other neighbors on the call listening, but not speaking. We have compassion for our neighbors on Becker Circle and over on Haskell Court. But what we are asking here, what I'm asking is that the city upgrade the existing city-owned seasonal water distribution system on Rust Island from seasonal to year-round for fire protection. A fire hasn't happened here in a long time, but it has happened during construction of the API at Andrew Bridge sometime between 1947 and 1950. I don't know the exact date. Welding on the bridge caused a fire that burned a substantial portion of Rust Island. Kevin O'Malley spoke to the fire chief's strategy for fighting a fire here, and while we appreciate it, it's scary. Rust Island, which is often thought of as just being a private bunch of summer cottages on private roads, in fact has both public and private roads and no year-round water. For example, Crafts Road is private, yet Yield County Road and Rust Island Road are in fact municipal roads. I've spoken about fire protection, as did Kevin O'Malley, but another issue here is we are on an island and the city has no regulations about well placement other than setbacks from septic systems. So now you have what was a bunch of little summer cottages that have been winterized and are now tapped into the same aquifer. Most of us are experiencing saltwater infiltration, making our water, a number of us have unpotable water and have to drink spring water during the winter when summer water isn't available. So that's another issue. A little bit of history regarding Rust Island's water issues and the city council and its subcommittees, if you'll allow me. In 2008, it goes back a ways, per the minutes of the February 12th city council meeting during a discussion of a water sewer project on Page and Way Road, then Fire Chief McKay of the Gloucester Fire Department spoke to the necessity of that water project. There is no doubt the water pressure is inadequate to fight a major structure fire for the homes in the area. It took a catastrophe to put the water in Magnolia, and do we have to wait for another catastrophe? He believes the water needs to be replaced. Subsequently, Councillor Toby, wow, we're going back here, aren't we? Councillor Toby asked if there are streets in greater need and requested that the mayor provide an updated list of streets in need of replacement of water lines. Chief McKay replied that there are areas in greater need, Crafts Road and Rust Island. In 2012, at the January 30th meeting of the Ordinances and Administration Committee, Mr. Hale from the DPW stated that there are pockets in the city without any fire hydrants. Rust Island is one, as there is no deep water past Lobsterland restaurant. In fact, deep water ended at Sudbay's in 2012, but now does end at Lobsterland.
And you
Later-
have 10 seconds to wrap up.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Mike Hale in 2012 stated that his department has never had a contention with managing water on private roads. Most of the water on private roads was installed by the city at one time. They regularly maintain them. The council voted to appropriate the funding for Way Road and Page Street a number of years ago, which was for publicly installed water mains and services on these private roads. We would ask the same consideration. I thank you for the opportunity to address you.
Thank you, Anne. Donna, introduce yourself and your address, and you have 3 minutes to speak to us. Welcome. Would you unmute yourself? Thank you.
My name's Donna Burgess, and I live on Riverview Way, which is off of Riverview Road. We've been here about 10 years, and when we got here, we were told by everybody and everything that the road was public, fine, no problem. They did the potholes, etc. And then all of a sudden it all stopped and we were told it was private. And the whole betterment thing, and none of the residents, these are all retirees, these are all elders. And they're looking at each other going, I can't afford this, I can't afford this. And I just see all these elders all over the city. As a matter of fact, it's our 400th year of celebration. But there's a lot of people that are here that are responsible for how this all worked out. And they can't go get a job. And they sure as heck shouldn't be told to move because they can't afford to pay for their own street. Unfortunately, I don't think that the betterment is the solution, because I've heard many, many, many things as we have tonight on what's not good with it. And the bottom line is you can do the whole thing and 3 days later there's a cable bill, a cable problem, a water problem, and the road gets ripped up. I've spoken to a couple people that this is happening, that did the betterment, and this is happening on those roads. And it's getting ripped right up. And they've got the whole betterment. This is only like a week or two into it. So it just seems the hardest part is no matter what we do, where we go, who we speak to, there's no answers. And ironically, we almost bought on Rust Island. Glad we didn't. But we found this place and everything worked, except all of a sudden, all these changes occurred that end up being burdens on our shoulders. And I just don't think that's what seniors are supposed to have. I think there's a lot of things that we could do different to possibly work with the council and work with the people and get the people and the council sitting around talking about it and come up with things that are absolutely helpful. And pretty much I agree with a lot of what I heard tonight. I've heard the same stories. So I just don't know what to do. I just want a safe road. My husband had a heart attack here, and the fire department took 3 minutes to get from School Street to us. And yet they couldn't treat him because they couldn't get the lines in because they were racing him to the Beverly Hospital. He was already in arrhythmia and he was in AFib by the time he got to Grant Circle, and he was dying by Route 22. He had no feeling from the neck down. They were flying. They couldn't start treating him here because the road was so bad. And then I had heard that Mike Hale called one of the neighbors and informed them that that never happened. You watch your husband almost die in your living room and 12 strangers working on him like something out of the MASH unit. You know it happened. And then guess what? It happened to me. I slipped and fell, hit my head, got knocked out. My husband had to call, couldn't get a line in me. The night we had our whole neighborhood go down to the city hall a couple of years ago before COVID and have a huge meeting on this. And all the people were just told, you know, betterment, betterment, betterment. But this one guy stands up and he goes, wait a second. He says, this happened to my mother today. Couldn't get a line in her until she got to Wheeler. And the point is, common sense, you might say, well, geez, why didn't they just put the lines in when the darn thing wasn't moving? What I saw going on in my living room was an operation room out of, like I say, a MASH unit. There's no way in hell I would question those guys.
Donna, I've given you extra time.
Okay.
So you need to wrap up. Thank you.
Okay, I thank you for the time. I just think we just need to all work together and find a new solution because the betterment just isn't it. We can't afford it. There's no way we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Memard, if you don't mind at 10 seconds warning just to say time, and that will just give me an opportunity to just remind folks. Thank you.
Be happy to.
Thank you. CK, introduce yourself and your address, and you have 3 minutes to talk to us.
Before my time starts, hi, this is Catherine Ryan, and at 17 High Rock. Before my time starts, I just have a question about comments. Can residents make a comment and then come back at the end of the line to make a different comment on a different topic?
Typically, that would not be allowed just because of the amount of time that we have. And tonight we have 10 public hearings. And
Okay.
if we exceed an hour at the beginning, we try to give another
go to
half
the
an hour
end.
at the end, but it
Yes.
really is for one person per person.
I just realized there's so much going on all of these agendas, and when I'm listening, I'm realizing people might jump in again. Okay, so but now I'm starting. Thank you. Municipal law and proceedings can be complicated. Residents may not understand municipal law and need to ask questions and raise concerns to our elected and appointed officials, city staff, and volunteer leaders. Both the former city building inspector, who developed the new street off Washington Street between Captain Hooks and Willow Rest, and the chair of the Conservation Commission and new CPC member and architect seeking special permits and variances in town, so both men, obtained economic personal interests directly without acknowledgement of conflicts or public disclosure. It's not simply a violation of public trust if the city's top representatives, the go-to people for required expertise, do not follow the rules and laws on their projects. How does that affect the city's projects across the board, especially as building inspections and conservation are critical to Gloucester? We're familiar with recall notices. I don't know if that comes into play on permitted projects that need review. Legal decisions and settlements may be called into questions based on those decisions. Decisions that didn't need to go to court or to have the threat of court if the ordinance had been enforced as the ethics and the laws also enforced. I was told that the architect who is at work on a demo on the water was spoken to by the state about these conflicts of interest. In multiple cases in one neighborhood, this trio of people working on projects received sort of like utilities turned off, months ahead of a continuance given at the ZBA level, which I don't know how a continuance could be given I don't know how utilities could be turned off before they even knew the continuance was going to happen. I don't know how a house can be built and doubled in size on a right of way that is deeded to 12 people and is okayed and is told, you're going to have to go to court to undo the ZBA agreement, which is having 2 people involved on it, as I just said, the architect and the inspector. And back to this demo that has happened and was continued, before, it was given the continuance long after the utilities were shut off, which is completely the cart before the horse.
10 seconds
Now in the middle of the demo, 1 minute left. I spoke to Scott last week about this, and he suggested that I call and speak at the oral comments. This demo is happening on the water less than 100 feet, which is by law regulation with
Catherine, we've lost your connection, and you had 10 more seconds. So if you can come back in, we'll let you wrap up. But in the meantime, let's bring someone else in, and we will allow her 10 seconds to come back to so she can conclude. Tom Cox, you have up to 3 minutes to talk to us. If you'd state your address, that would be great. You are muted. Would you unmute yourself, Mr. Cox? Your hand is there and we don't hear you. You are muted. If you are calling in, if you hit *9, you will unmute yourself.
Madam President, Catherine Ryan still came back on.
Okay, Catherine, would you like to summarize? And you have 10 seconds to wrap up your time.
Thank
Welcome
you.
back.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened, but the final point that I was saying to Scott is they are now digging because they ran into problems about where the foundation is going and they have to do more exploratory digging. And the person signing off on it is the architect for the contract. And what I don't understand is how can that be permitted for special permits and variances ahead of time if they didn't even know where the foundation was going? So it's really, really, really important. Enforcement and accountability and protecting the cities and residents, and conflicts of interest related to staff and in appointments are important to disclose. And I really am concerned about how it's left us open as a city.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Mr. Cox, we're back to you. We're hoping that you can unmute yourself because we are eager to hear from you. You are muted, so we cannot hear you. Your hand is raised, but you are muted. If you're on a Chromebook or a laptop, you can look up in the top keys typically, and you can see where you can unmute yourself.
Okay, I got it. Is that it?
Oh, great. We got you. Yep. So name and address. You have 3 minutes to speak to us. Welcome.
My name is Tom Cox. I live at 5 Haskell Court in Gloucester. I am right now sailing my boat past Halibut Point, generally right back to Gloucester, but that's not the point. The point is, I live in one of the original 4 houses that had Gloucester municipal water installed back in 1938. I've owned the house since 1986, and we have very poor water pressure, as you well know. Because I'm in a 3-family, according to the terms of the betterment, which you approved at the last City Council meeting, I will owe 3 units, 3/10 of the estimated price of $120,000 to repair the water infrastructure alone. That's only an estimate. Mike Hale said that if they encounter ledge in the road, it will be higher. And I suspect that since there's only a 2-inch pipe going all the way down to the end of the street, there's a very good chance they will get ledge. So I'm on the hook for $36,000 for the water pipes, and my share of the paving betterment, because I have my driveway is on a separate lot that I pay taxes on, I have to pay 2 nights of the $75,000 paving betterment, another $16,600. I will be incurring a lien on my house of over $50,000. My tax bill will go up over $2,000 a year. That's about $200 a month. And it's just not affordable. We're on fixed income. We do have 2 rental units, but we rent our units out to long-term Gloucester residents at way below market rent. And I think it's extremely unfair that I bought the house with municipal water. It was on the original water plan, the 4 original houses on Haskell Court from 1938, and why we should have to suffer the expense of maintaining our own water supply. So I appreciate the fact that you have made a mechanism in the betterment, but I noted in the language when it was being read into the minutes 2 weeks ago that the city does have the possibility of granting an abatement for this betterment. And, while I'm willing to go through the betterment, I do hope the city, in its wisdom, will provide a mechanism for the residents to soften the financial blow. Put my taxes up almost 35% a year for 25 years. That is just untenable. So I thank you for your consideration. I know you guys work long and hard, and you've been hearing all about this for a long time, but we really need to do something about it. It's been over a year since I submitted my pavement betterment, to which all the residents were unanimous. So thanks for your consideration, and thank you for hearing me tonight.
Thank you, Tom. Jerry, would you introduce yourself and state your address? And you have up to 3 minutes to chat with us.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jerry Puglisi, and my husband Tony and I live at 8 Haskell Court. We oppose the infrastructure betterment that's been proposed for Haskell Court. We've lived here for 31 years, are now retired, and have paid the same tax, water, and sewer rates as the residents on public roads. We strongly feel that we should receive the same services. The water pressure on Haskell Court has deteriorated over the years, with the summer months being at its absolute worst. It's become so bad that at times we get a drip coming out of the faucet in showers, not able to flush the toilets. Last year, we had a sewer break in the court with raw sewage running across the court down into a resident's yard. We were told it was not a city problem and received no assistance. The break cost Ann Colton of 6 Haskell Court approximately $7,000 and an additional $800 split between Ann and 2 other residents for a sewer break that was discovered downstream. It's extremely disheartening that the city wouldn't step in to help in what was clearly a health issue. Haskell Court also doesn't have a fire hydrant, which of course is also a big safety concern. Over the years, we've had meetings and written letters to Mayor Safathia Romeo, Mayor Verger, Mike Hale, and our ward councilor, Scott Memhard, all resulting in no assistance. It's time for the city to address our health and safety concerns and to provide adequate services to the taxpayers of Haskell Court. We also support the residents of Becker Circle, Becker Lane, and Rust Island. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jerry. Jeff Thomas, would you introduce yourself and your address? And you have 3 minutes to talk to the counselors.
Good evening, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Jeff Thomas. I'm the homeowner at 9 Haskell Court. As with everyone else you've heard, we continue to have issues with water pressure on Haskell Court. The instance that Jerry was just speaking about with the raw sewage, that wound up in my driveway for over a month. Myself, my wife, my kids had to walk through raw sewage for a month to get into our house. Absolutely unacceptable. We've been paying taxes here, our water bills, our sewer bills, and quite frankly, I'm happy to pay them. I understand I owe a share to be part of this great city, and I'm happy paying that. However, my issue is that I'm paying for services I'm not getting. Why is it that someone on a public street is having water brought to them, and I essentially have to get it myself, is what you're telling me? And it's not fair, it's not equitable, and I think something has to change. I don't hold this council responsible for what's happened and how we got here, but I do ask you to make the corrections here. I've been a lifelong resident of Haskell Court. I plan on my family being here the rest of our lives, and we need your assistance. And I'll keep it brief. I know you have a long agenda. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Jeff. And we have the final person, M. Service. Would you introduce yourself? And you have 3 minutes to talk to the council. And you state your address.
Thank you, Council. My name is Matt Service. I am the resident.
Matt, could you speak up a little bit louder? Because we want to make sure we can hear you.
Sure. Can you hear me all right?
A little bit louder.
Okay. So my name is Matt Service. I live at 3 Haskell Court with my family. We've been here about 6 years now. Prior to that, we lived on Becker Circle, and we did have a private well there that was starting to go brackish. So we can appreciate both sides of our fair city. I do need to echo my neighbors here on Haskell Court and say, Since moving here, we've been paying the same taxes as everyone else, but not receiving the same services as the rest of the city. The water line that was put in the 40s, of which my house was put in 1900, I believe, was certainly sized for the probably 2 to 4 houses that were on the street at that time, not the 8 to 10 units that are here now. I think that it's something that the city should correct. I appreciate that the city is looking into a betterment. I'm in favor of any method that gets this done and corrected. However, I don't feel that it is fiscally fair to place the burden of that betterment on the residents here without some retroactive measure like a tax abatement. Really, the city needs to step up on this. Thank you for your time, City Council. I appreciate you listening.
Thank you so much. Glad that you were here. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
The next order of business is the consent agenda.
Councilors, would anyone like to pull any matter off the consent agenda? Councilor O'Neill.
Thank you. I'd like to pull off my order 2023-028. I would like some more time to try to find an alternative to this no parking zone in front of the police station, as it I'm afraid it's taking up handicap parking spaces and veterans parking spaces for the Veterans Affairs building.
So would you like to withdraw without prejudice?
Yes, please.
Okay, accepted. Thank you. Anyone else like to remove anything from the consent agenda? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Council Worthley and Council Memard seconded. Roll call vote. Council Memard.
Yes.
Council Nolan. Council Nolan.
Yes.
Council O'Hara.
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
Yes.
Council Worthley.
Yes.
Council Gilman. Yes. Council Gross.
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yes.
Council Majota.
Yes.
Motion passes to approve the consent agenda of the April 25th meeting, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Next order of business is the Budget and Finance Standing Committee report of April 20th.
Thank you. And I will turn the meeting over to Councilor Memard, who chairs B&F. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Budget and Finance, myself, Councilor Grow, and Councilor Worthley. We just have 2 items for your consideration this evening. As we have a full agenda, this will be quick. The first is a memorandum from the Grants Finance and Compliance Administrator requesting our acceptance of a donation in the Healthy Aging Grant in the amount of $1,000. I'll go ahead and read the motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Gross. Budget and Finance voted 2 in favor, 1 absent, and 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council accept a private grant under Mass General Law 4453A from Health Resourced in Action to supplement the efforts of the Massachusetts Healthy Aging Grant. And this is for a total grant of $1,000, and it's dedicated to the project of the Cape Ann Seniors on the Go bus. And I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Council Memard, seconded by Council Worthley. Is there discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Memard.
Yes.
Council Nolan.
Yes.
Council O'Hara.
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
Yes.
Council Worthley.
Yes.
Council Gilman. Yes. Council Gross.
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yes.
Council Majota.
Yes.
It passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business, Councilor Memard.
Our second and final item from Budget and Finance this evening is a memorandum from our Veteran Service Director, Adam Kukuru, who has done a wonderful job for the City of Gloucester and is now moving south, unfortunately for us. He is requesting our acceptance of donations in the total amount of $2,700 And on a motion by myself, seconded by Councillor Gross, Budget and Finance Committee voted 2 in favor, 0 opposed, and Councillor Worthley absent, to recommend that the City Council accept various cash donations under Mass General Law 4453A to support veterans services in the total amount of $2,700 from the following members within our community. And those are Kenneth Nickerson, George Rourke in the American Legion, the Gloucester Fraternity Club, Joseph Grella, Elise Sinagra, Sal and Roseanne Santuccio, Richard Paone and Family Car Care, Eric and Laurie Smith, David and Catherine Ahern, the City Archives, the St. Peter's Fiesta, Jerry Ackerman, Peter Vidala, Ambrose and Valerie Scola, Betty Shula, Rose Provost, Nina Francis, Marianne Sherry, Anna Sanfilippo, Jean Dutton, Helen Downey, Annette McDonald, Amanda and Ryan Walter, Gretchen Graziano, Terrell Eshukuk, I'm sorry, I didn't pronounce that correctly, James and Rosalie Verga, Wayne Carpentry, Figueredo family, Jim and Judy Colquette, and Nancy and Miles Schlichty, again for a total of $2,700, and I so move.
Second.
It sounds like Councillor Memard made the motion. It was seconded by Councillor Worthley. Is there a discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councillor Memard?
Yes.
Councillor Nolan?
Yes.
Councillor O'Hara?
Yes.
Councillor O'Neill?
Yes.
Councillor Worthley?
Yes.
Councillor Gilman? Yes. Councillor Gross?
Yes.
Councillor Grow?
Yes.
Councillor Majota?
Yes.
Motion passes 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you. And I just wanted to note that Adam Kukru will be at the Cape Ann Veterans Services Building on Friday morning. And we have a card that we're sending around for all counselors. So if you haven't signed it, let me know and we'll get it to you. But hopefully we can all stop by to shake his hand and thank him for a job well done. Councilor Nolan, you have your hand raised.
Can we go back to the appointment from Mike Gloucester on the Affordable Housing Trust?
So you want to suspend the rules of procedure and go back to the consent agenda of which we approved him?
Yes. Well, okay. So you just want to do it as the approval. That's fine. Excellent.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
The Ordinance and Administration Standing Committee report of April 3rd.
So, councilors, I would like to ask that we take those 2 matters and we will include them in our special committee meeting that we're having when we get the budget on May 2nd. So we will discuss those 2 matters then, because we needed to juggle tonight's agenda because we have 10 public hearings. And I thought that was something reasonable to be able to continue. So without objection, we'll continue those to our meeting on May 2nd, which is next Tuesday.
Madam Chair,
go ahead, Councilor Worthley.
could you, for our benefit, the benefit of the public, let us know which of those hearings you're moving to the next meeting? Is that the 9th and 10th public hearing today?
Those are City Council 2023-021 Gilman and City Council 2023-022 Gross, and they were amending the council rules of procedure. And these were not public hearings. These are just matters of a council vote because they're from governance. So those 2 matters will be continued until May 2nd. Does that answer your question, Council Worthley?
It does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Council O'Neill.
Thank you. Will that be a regular city council meeting at 6 o'clock?
Yes, it will be. And we'll
Okay.
start off with the budget presentation, and then we're going to continue with that order of business that we just discussed.
Okay, thank you.
And maybe, who knows what might be left over after tonight. So we'll have to see how far we get with our 10 public hearings. Okay, next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Okay, the Ordinance Administration Committee did not meet on April 17th due to a holiday. The next item will be Planning and Development, April 19th, 2023.
Councilor Grow, would you like to add anything about that P&D meeting?
I would. Just there were no action items for the council tonight, but the Planning and Development Consent Committee approved road closures for 2 of our summer events coming up. There are 3 block parties that are going to be on July 15th, August 12th, and September 1st. So put on your street block party shoes. And also we have concerts on the Boulevard that are scheduled for July 3rd and September 2nd. There'll be a rain date for the July 3rd of 7/8. So July 8th will be the rain date if it's not held on the same day as the Horribles Parade. And on 9/2, the rain date will be 9/6, September 6th. So those are our annual summer events, and they are ready to go. That's it.
Great, thank you. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Is public hearing 2023-019, Special City Council Permit 2023-005, modifications of Special City Council Permit 2020-004, Valley Point Road, number 1, map 146, lot 28, Gloucester zoning ordinance, section 3.1.6b, building heights in excess of 35 feet to increase height by 3 feet 2 inches in the R20 district.
I'd like to open the public hearing and continue it to May 9th, 2023. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Public hearing 2023-011, whether the City of Gloucester shall opt out of vote by mail in accordance with Section 10 of Chapter 92 of the Act of 2022, Chapter 54, Section 25B, parentheses A, parentheses 1, for the September 19, 2023 preliminary municipal election and the November 7, 2023 municipal election. And this was continued from April 11th.
I'd like to open the public hearing and ask our city clerk to begin the conversation. Thank you.
Okay, I brought this matter forward and Councilor Gilman brought it through a council order to see whether the city would like to opt out of the vote by mail. Vote by mail is required for all local elections unless the city or town opts out. And I brought this early in the year, even though you could opt out 45 days before the election because of the budgetary impact on the city clerk's budget. So it's better to forward for the FY 2024 budget and whether we would do vote by mail if the city council would like us to go forward to vote by mail, or to opt out to save the city some budgetary funds for this fiscal year. So I'm going to pull up my screen. I gave this presentation to O&A, and I won't go through the whole presentation. I'll do the beginning of the presentation that would impact the FY 24 budget. Can you all see my screen?
We sure can, thank you.
Okay, so the projected costs would be, here, let me just collapse my screen here. Okay, in 2021, approximately 11% of the votes cast in both the preliminary election and general election were mail-in, absentee, and vote by mail. In 2023, mail-in, absentee, and vote by mail projections are based on 20% of the number of registered voters as of March 3rd, 2023, and absentee by mail only voting is based on 10% of the number of registered voters as of March 3rd, 2023. Registered voters as of March 3rd, 2023, when I gave this presentation to O&A, is 22,576. 2023 minimum projected cost of mail-in, absentee, vote by mail is based on 20%, 4,515 voters, and it's 40 cents per printing per ballot and 84 cents postage per ballot. So it would be $5,598.60 per election to print the ballots and offer a vote by mail and absentee. In 2023, minimum projected cost of absentee ballots only, I'm sorry, the other one was just vote by mail, is based on 10%, 2,257 voters, which is 40 cents per ballot for the printing and 84 cents postage per ballot is $2,798.68 per election. Other costs to consider include labels and toner, approximately $500 for 2 elections. Labor cost per ballot is either $2 to $4 per ballot, depending on the staff member who's assigned to vote by mail. And when it comes to vote by mail, everybody's on board, all staff members in the city clerk's office. And there's also possible staff overtime, and there's impact on other services provided to the public. Even though we have vote by mail in elections, the other customer services in the city clerk's office does not stop. We have, on election day, we have constituents coming asking for customer services. We also have council meetings, standing committee meetings, so posting of the agendas. So all the regular duties that the city clerk's staff has to do during elections, we have to continue with that. There's no stopping those customer services. The following slide shows mail-in and absentee voting by mail process. And there are 12 steps from when we get the application, to complete the application, to, as you can see, there's all different levels that, this is only for one ballot. I went too far there. Let me see. And then it says the following slides show voting data from the past 7 municipal and preliminary elections. I'm not sure whether you want me to go through that also. But I will just tell you on this slide, the total votes for the preliminary election in 2021 was 6,319, 28.79% voter turnout. Mail-in absentee voting percentage was 2.31%. Vote by mail percentage was 8.54%. And then the absentee ballot request by mail, we mailed 161, 15 were not returned. So we had a total of 146. Absentee ballots in person were 50. Early voting was not applicable. And vote by mail was, we mailed 616 ballots and 76 were not returned for a total of 540. The general election in 2021, we had the total votes, 10,007, and voter turnout percentage was 45.19%. Mail-in absentee voting percentage was 3.21%, and the vote by mail percentage was 6.65%. Absentee ballot request by mail, we mailed out 337 ballots, 15 were not returned for a total of 322. Absentee ballot requests in person was 161. We did not have early voting, and vote by mail was, we mailed out 736 vote by mail ballots and 70 were not returned for a total of 666 ballots that we had to process for vote by mail. So I'm not sure whether you want me to go forward with the other 2019 absentee ballot. Early voting vote by mail was not applicable in 2019. So I would just suggest that I would just go to the 2021 municipal election and preliminary election.
I think that's a good decision. Thank you.
And I just want to say, I am Switzerland. Okay, I have no opinion one way or the other. I just brought this forward because of the impact on the FY24 budget for the clerk's office for elections. We have 3 elections, upcoming elections, 2 in 2023. It would be the preliminary election if it's needed and the regular municipal election. And then in March 5th, 2024, we have the presidential primary. So whatever the city council decides to do tonight, we will abide by that. And if I've already put in the anticipated costs, the estimated costs in my budget, and hopefully it will be passed in May.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate it. Any members of the public like to speak in favor of this? You have up to 3 minutes. I don't see any hands raised. Anyone like to speak in opposition? Seeing none, is there any correspondence, Madam Clerk?
We have not received any.
Any questions, councilors? Seeing none. So I would like to close the public hearing and ask for the committee report from Councilor Nolan.
On a motion by Councilor Gross, seconded by Councilor Worthley, the Ordinance and Administration Committee voted 0 in favor, 3 opposed, to recommend the City Council vote to opt out of vote by mail in accordance with Section 10 of Chapter 92 in the Acts of 2022, Section 25B, A1, for the September 19th, 2023 preliminary election, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Councilor Nolan. I heard Councilor O'Hara as the second. Is there a discussion? Seeing none. Oh, Councilor Grow.
I wanted to thank Joanne for going through the Herculean task of figuring all this out. And I appreciate her position in this. I just want to say that, you know, personally, I would never vote for anything that minimized voter participation. And given that nearly 10% of our voters that participate are doing it by mail and by absentee, that it's absolutely critical that we continue this. What I will say is that it's incumbent upon the mayor and the mayor's administration to fund the department appropriately so that our city clerk staff and election staff can function adequately as their role as the city clerks, while also dealing with the rather arduous task of dealing with the mail-in and absentee voting. So I'm asking that the mayor make sure that this is a priority in his budget moving forward so that we have full and fair and fully participating elections as we possibly can. That's it.
Thank you. Any other councilors wish to speak on this? Councilor Memard and then Councilor Worthley.
I'd second what Councilor Grove just said. It's unfortunate that in the process of offering, I mean, this is a post-pandemic rollout that was very appropriate and needed, in particular during the pandemic, and appreciated by many voters. I agree that we should offer as many, to make voting as easy and natural and as possible. My sister lives in the state of Oregon, and there all voting is only by mail. And everybody gets a ballot and everybody mails it back, and there's a tremendous participation level that's better than ours here for whatever reason. But the fact that we're offering voting options on so many different platforms is somewhat onerous in terms of the cost and the challenge to our staff at the city level and the clerk's office. But I think at this point it's still necessary, and I'll be supporting to proceed with continued options for this.
Thank you, Councilor Memard. Councilor Worthley.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I sat in at the Ordinance Administration Committee and voted against opting out, or basically I voted to continue mail-in votes, and I'll continue that support. I also want to echo what Councilor Grow and Councilor Memhard said, and thank our city clerk for bringing this to our attention. In the last state election, my kids and I volunteered in the clerk's office. I don't think we could probably do that in the municipal election if I'm on the ballot. So I respect that that's not going to happen. But I just want to say, first, we actually appreciated the opportunity to volunteer. We did it 2 times. And the clerk's office is literally the busiest office in the city. The number of people who come through that office, we all know that. I think the public needs to know the demand is very, very high and the staff is professional.
And we added a little bit, my kids and I, but we didn't accomplish what the whole staff was working on. And it's a big task, and the phones still ring and the customers still come to the counter, and they deserve their marriage license and their dog licenses and their nosy books and all that. So it's an incredibly challenging job. I just want to make sure everyone knows that, and that the public's very patient with your staff because they're wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councilor Memard.
So restate the vote so we understand clearly.
The matter that's up for vote is on a motion by Councilor Gross, seconded by Councilor Worthley. The Ordinances and Administration Committee voted 0 in favor, 3 opposed, to recommend that the City Council vote to opt out of vote by mail. And that's basically what we're doing. So if
I vote no to not opt out.
Okay, so Councilor Memard is a no on the opt-out. Next is Councilor Nolan.
No.
Councilor O'Hara.
No.
Councilor O'Neill.
No.
Councilor Worthley.
No.
Councilor Gilman. No. Councilor Gross.
No.
Councilor Grow.
No.
Councilor Majota.
No.
The motion fails to opt out, 0 in favor, 9 opposed. Next committee recommendation, Councilor Nolan.
On a motion by Council Worthley, seconded by Council Gross, the Ordinance and Administration Committee voted 0 in favor, 3 opposed, to recommend the City Council vote to opt out of vote by mail in accordance with Section 10 of Chapter 92 of the Acts of 2022, Section 25B, A1, for the November 7th, 2023 municipal election. And I so move.
Motion made by Councilor Nolan, and I think it was Councilor Worthley that I heard second it. Is there a discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Councilor Memard.
No.
Councilor Nolan.
No.
Councilor O'Hara.
No.
Councilor O'Neill.
No.
Councilor Worthley.
No.
Councilor Gilman. No. Councilor Gross.
No.
Councilor Grow.
No.
Councilor Majota.
No.
The motion fails, 0 in favor, 9 opposed. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to the whole clerk's office for all your hard work. Next order of business, Madam Clerk. Oh, wait, did I close the public hearing? I already did that. Okay, I'm good. Next order of business.
Is public hearing 2023-020, amendment to loan order 2019-009 to increase it from $1 million to $1,630,000.
I'd like to open up the public hearing and ask if a member of administration would like to speak to us about this. We have both our CFO and Jill Cahill and Diane Katz representing the Auditor's Department. Would any of you like to speak in favor of this? I see
Madam
Jill.
President, I think John, but maybe give him a minute.
Okay.
Let me check with him.
I am sorry. Yes, I got a phone call and was off to the side.
John, we're very grateful that you attend these long meetings. So thank you. You have the floor on the Concord Street Bridge. So we're in the public hearing.
You know, as unfortunately as we found in the past, and we'll probably find in the future, you know, everything that was kind of thought of in terms of construction projects and the cost of those a couple of years ago have been going up in cost. So what we have right now is an increase in the loan order. And in fact, that increase has been covered by Department of Transportation. So all we're doing is increasing the loan order. The city's investment in this project is going to be the same as it was, at the very beginning. And unfortunately, I don't have that in front of me, but again, the increase is going to be covered by the Department of Transportation, and this is an important project for us to, be able to finish.
Thank you, John. Anyone else on administration like to speak in favor of this? Seeing none, we have 27 attendees. Would anyone listening in like to speak in either favor or in opposition to this? If so, please raise your hand. Jane Fox Dobson, you have 3 minutes to speak to us. And at this point, Madam Clerk, if you would do the timing, that would be great. And let us know when there's 10 seconds left to go in the 3 minutes. So Jane, welcome back. You have the floor if you could unmute yourself. Jane, you are muted. Could you unmute yourself? Okay, you're unmuted. So would you introduce yourself and your address, and you have up to 3 minutes to talk to us about this, whether you're in favor
Yes,
or opposition.
I'm not sure. I had a question regarding Walker Creek Landing because research shows that it is only partially city owned on the west side of the bridge and the other side is private. So my question is, and then there's limitations to that when it's high tide. So where's all this money coming from? Some of it's privately owned. So who's paying for this? I mean, is the Gloucester taxpayer paying for this? This is again another issue, that some of us have is, is showing right on the status of public landings in Gloucester, Appendix B, that this is privately owned.
Okay, so we will allow that question to be asked on your behalf when we get to the questions part of the public hearing. So thank you, Jane.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you. Anyone else like to speak in favor or in opposition? Barnaby, would you introduce yourself and your address, and you have up to 3 minutes to talk in favor or in opposition.
Barnaby Prendergast, 61 Fernald Street. I just want to speak in favor of the bridge. It's really actually quite an important bridge for this side of Gloucester. It used to be one of the principal routes from Gloucester through to Essex, and the bridge has been in kind of poor repair for quite a while. I cross it regularly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak in favor or opposition to this loan order? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, are there any correspondences?
There are none.
Councilors, are there any questions, and would someone like to ask the question that was asked of Ms. Dobson? Council Worthley, and let's try to keep our questions to 3 minutes each.
Okay. My question is this loan authorization for the Concord Street Bridge or for the Walker Creek Landing?
I will ask John Dunn to answer that for us.
It is for the Concord Street Bridge.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions? So I guess I would like to ask a question on behalf of Jane Fox Dobson. She wanted to know if it was privately owned, and maybe you could speak again to how it is being funded, John, because I know that that's part of our loan order, but if you could just explain that. That was a question that she asked.
Well, I guess I don't really know, how to answer that question. I don't believe that it is privately owned. The fact of the matter is that it's already been surveyed. This project has been has been teed up for years, and We are getting funding from the state to be able to do this. So I would presume that there are people who are much smarter than me about property ownership who would say that, you know, this is what we can do and move forward with this.
Thank you, John. Councilor Nolan.
I'm not quite sure if you'll take my answer on the question, but I do have information on that. It's not council comments right now, but if you'd like me to give you a little light.
I think that would be fine. So go ahead. You may speak to answer the question.
So there is confusions. A lot of people, you know, confuse Walker Street Bridge with Walker Creek Bridge, which is Concord Street. Concord Street is a total public road. The bridge itself on both sides is public property. There is Walker Landing, which is private, but that has nothing to do with the bridge job that we're looking for and is also greatly needed for the transportation back and forth. So the Walker Landing is separate, but the Walker Bridge on Concord Street is 100% public.
Thank you, Councilor Nolan. Councilors, any further questions before we close the public hearing? Councilor O'Hara. You are muted. Councilor O'Hara, you are still muted.
Yes, just to clarify, so to just piggyback on Councilor Nolan, so we are strictly talking about the Concord Street Bridge versus Walker Landing.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions, councilors, before we close the public hearing? Seeing none, I'd like to close the public hearing and ask Councilor Nolan to, actually, this is Councilor Memard for the committee report.
Thank you.
Can you just excuse me for a second? Madam Clerk, suspend the rules of procedure. She reminded me that Jane's hand is still up. So in respect to her, Jane, do you have any, before we have closed the public hearing, but without objection, I'm willing to let you speak. Do you have another question, or did you just forget to put your hand down? Okay, you have the floor.
Only because Appendix B, status of public landings in Gloucester states, number 36, Walker Creek Landing, Concord and Sumner Street near the lower bridge, assessors map 240, city owns west side of bridge, private on other side. Status, undetermined, used locally for many years, especially for swimming, some clamming, marshland, access limited to 4 hours around high tide. Recommendation, potential land on Essex Bay should be researched at registry. If privately owned, a butter may be willing to donate or grant easement.
Councilor Nolan, if you would answer that, that would be great.
I believe what we have is we have a landing that is privately owned at the base of the bridge. As far as my knowledge is there, the Concord Street Bridge over Walker Creek is Concord Street, which is a public road in its entirety. The bridge is a asset and part of the road. There is a landing at the base of that is private, but Concord Street and the bridge is recognized 100% as a public way.
Okay,
thank you, Councilor. Now we have Barnaby's hand is up, and so I'm definitely not staying consistent with the public hearing. So without objection, if I've asked one hand to be able to speak, I'd like to be consistent with that. Councilors, without objection, I'd like to ask Barnaby, your hand is up. Go ahead, Barnaby.
Thank you. Sorry if I'm speaking out of order. I just wanted to underline what Councillor Nolan was saying, that the landing is actually not exactly by the bridge. It's probably over 100 feet from the bridge itself, runs across the land of, I think it's Mr. William Taylor. And as far as I'm aware, the land between Mr. Taylor and the bridge is actually owned by the property owner on the other side of Walker Creek, which is a large 80+ acre land. Anyway, just a bit of extra information. I don't know if that's helpful or not. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to, again, close the public hearing and ask Councilor Memard for the committee report. Thank you, Councilor.
Ready?
We're ready.
On a motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Worthley, Budget and Finance Committee voted 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council approve the loan order amendment as follows. Ordered the loan order 2019-009 certificate of vote 2019-143 of this council approved August 27, 2019, authorizing the borrowing of $1 million to pay costs of the complete replacement of the Concord Street Bridge over Walker's Creek, including the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, is hereby amended in its entirety to provide as follows. Ordered that the City of Gloucester appropriates $1,630,000 to pay costs of the complete replacement of the Concord Street Bridge over Walker Creek, including the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto. To meet the appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the mayor, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7, or pursuant to any other enabling authority. The mayor and any other appropriate official of the city are authorized to apply for, to accept, expend any grants or gifts that may be available to the city to pay costs of the projects, any premium received by the city upon the sale of any bonds, notes approved by this vote, less such premiums applied to the payment of the costs of issuance of such bonds or notes may be applied to the payment of costs approved by this vote in accordance with Chapter 44, Section 20 of the general laws, thereby reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed to pay such costs by a like amount, and further ordered that the treasurer is authorized to file an application with the Municipal Finance Oversight Board to qualify under Chapter 44A of the general laws and all of the bonds authorized by this order, and to provide such information and execute such documents as the Municipal Finance Oversight Board may require for these purposes. And I so move.
Second.
Councilor Memard made the motion, and I heard Councilor Gross second it. Is there a further committee report, Councilor Memard?
I would just comment that this has been a long ongoing project for the city and for the area, of great concern to the people in the area of Walker Creek and West Gloucester. The city did some initial stabilization of the foundations for the bridge that had been damaged by flow during tidal surges and storms. But we are now looking at the complete replacement of the bridge span. And again, as John Dunn, CFO, indicated, the Massachusetts Department of Transportation is participating with us in covering the cost of the project. And in fact, all the increase in costs since we originally authorized this are being covered by the Mass DOT. So the City of Gloucester's cost remains as it was previously when it was approved in 2019.
Thank you. Further discussion, councilors. Councilor Worthley, 3 minutes for, actually, we can just discuss this right now.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I want to just echo what Councilor Memhard just said. This is not going to cost Gloucester real estate taxpayers any additional money. The increase in cost is covered by the Department of Transportation, and we should thank State Representative Ann Margaret Fronte and State Senator Bruce Tarr for their advocacy to get this money for us. So that's my conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other further discussion on this? Seeing none, I think we're ready for the roll call vote. Council Memard?
Yes.
Council Nolan?
Yes.
Council O'Hara?
Yes.
Council O'Neill?
Yes.
Council Worthley?
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross?
Yes.
Council Grow?
Yes.
Council Majota?
Yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed.
Madam President?
You have the floor, Councillor Memard.
This project is moving right ahead, and in the interest of time and the contracts that the DPW is working on, I would ask that we have a motion to reconsider.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard, and I believe it was seconded by Council Grow. And everyone knows how to do this at this point. So, Council Memard on the reconsideration. No. Council Nolan?
No.
Council O'Hara?
No.
Council O'Neill?
No.
Council Worthley?
No.
Council Gilman? No. Council Gross?
No.
Council Grow?
No.
Council Majota?
No.
The motion to reconsider fails, 0 in favor, 9 opposed. Thank you. And thank you, City Administration, for your hard work on this. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Next order of business is public hearing 2023-018 to amend Gloucester Code of Ordinances, Chapter 16, Planning, Article 5, Historic District, Section 16-62, Historic District Commission, subsection B.
I'd like to open up the public hearing and ask if there's a member of administration that would like to discuss this. Our CAO, Jill Cahill, welcome.
Sorry, it's having internet problems. No, this is a very simple one. Thank you, Madam President. This is just cleaning up the HCC ordinance and eliminating some organizations that no longer exist. And so we are able to properly appoint the commission, who is presently meeting as we speak.
Thank you. Anyone else on administration like to speak on behalf of this matter? Seeing none, anyone in the public like to speak on in either support or opposition to this? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, any communications or correspondences?
There are none.
Councilors, any questions? Councilor O'Neill.
Thank you. So it's my understanding the Cape Ann Historical Association no longer exists. Is that true?
Jill Cahill, would you like to answer that on behalf of administration?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
The question is, go ahead, Councilor O'Neill. You have the floor.
The Cape Ann Historical Association no longer exists?
It's the I don't have it in front of me, but it's the one of the realtors organizations, and yeah, it no longer exists under those titles. So yeah, we had to make the changes because they're, and it's again, it's the, I know it's the I'm not looking at it right now, sorry. Thought you guys discussed this at O&A. So I'd have to look up that one in particular, but all of the amendments were made specifically to bring us into compliance so we can actually appoint the members.
Okay, so that does not answer my question, right? The Cape Ann Historical Association no longer exists was the question, so.
Correct.
Correct in that it does not answer my question?
Correct in that it does no longer exist in that as that organization. Correct.
Okay. And I do have another question.
Go ahead, you have the floor.
Okay. Appointed from, submitted by Boston Chapter American, the Cape Ann
Cape Ann Board is crossed out and changed to local board of realtors?
Correct, because the Cape Ann Board of Realtors also no longer exists.
Okay.
Is known as that.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Any other questions, counselors? I just have just a small Scribner's comment. The word is the preservation of New England antiquities, not antiquities. So there needs to be an I when we make the motion. So the questions have been asked, and so I would like to close the public hearing and ask for a committee report from Councilor Sean Nolan.
On a motion by Councilor Majota, seconded by Councilor O'Hara, the Ordinance Administration Committee voted by roll call. 3 in favor, 0 opposed to recommend the City Council amend GCO Chapter 16, Article 5, Historic District Section 1662, Historic District Commission, as requested and described in the document attached to the Assistant General Counsel's February 8th, 2023 memorandum. B, and I will read the whole thing on this because it's not that long.
Thank you.
The Historic District Commission shall consist of 7 regular members and 2 alternate members, appointed by the mayor, subject to confirmation by the City Council, who shall serve staggered terms of 3 years. The commission shall include 1 regular member appointed from 2 nominees submitted by the Strike Cape Ann Historical Association, Local Historic Society, or in absence by the Society for the Preservation of New England, add an I to antiquities. 1 regular member appointed from 2 nominees submitted by the Boston chapter of the American Institute of Architects, and 1 regular member appointed from 2 nominees submitted by the Strike Cape Ann Board, Local Board of Realtors, provided that within 30 days of write-in, request for nominees to an organization entitled to submit nominations for membership on the commission, no such nominations have been made. The mayor may proceed to make the appointment to the commission without nomination by such organization. 2 regular members of the commission shall be owners of property within the historic district in the city. All members of the commission, with the exception of the member nominated by the Boston chapter of the American Institute of Architects, shall be residents of the city. Vacancies shall be filled by appointment for the unexpired term. In the case of the absence or inability to act, unwillingness to act because of self-interest on the part of a member of the commission, his place shall be taken by an alternate member designated by chairperson. Each member and alternate shall continue in office after the expiration of his term until the successor duly appointed and qualified. All members shall serve without compensation. I kind of think I want to go back a little bit, and we have 2 hises in place that I'd like to replace with person without any objections. So we don't have to come back and do this again.
No objections.
So with his place shall be taken by, should be replaced by there. So both of the hises be replaced by there. And I so move.
Second.
Well done.
Motion was made by Councilor Nolan with a small amendment, and I believe it was seconded by Councilor Worthley, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. Is there further discussion, councilors? Councilor Nolan, any narrative?
We're just cleaning up the absence of committees that aren't available to choose from the pool, and adding in the opportunities for other people to be chosen from by the stands of which the historical committee has been working on in previous years, including someone from Boston. Other than that, to replace the his to their, which just makes sense right now.
Thank you. Any further discussion, councilors? So I will be supporting this because it brings the ordinance in alignment with the statutory authority of the city. So I appreciate when we do this type of housekeeping. So without any further discussion, I will call for the roll. Council Memard.
Yes.
Council Nolan.
Yes.
Council O'Hara.
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
Yes.
Council Worthley.
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross.
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yes.
Council Majota.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Public hearing 2023-021 to amend Gloucester Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Article 3, Officers and Employees, Division 2, Mayor, Section 2-54, Compensation, pursuant to City Charter Section 3-1C, by deleting $100,000 effective January 1st, 2014, and adding $115,000 per year effective January 1st, 2024.
I'd like to open the public hearing and ask if anyone would like to speak in favor of this. And as the order maker, I guess I would, if without objection, councilors, I'd like to speak. The reason why I put this order in was because we have not upgraded the or even looked at the salaries of the mayor since 2014. So it's basically been 10 years. And it was a request of Steve Aiello, who had been in front of the councilors twice in public comment, suggesting that the salaries of both mayor and councilors be reviewed, as there has been no increase. And we recently increased the school committees of $500. They were in the same situation. So we did get the rates from the city and from all of our like communities on the North Shore, and it's on page 120 of our packet for members of the public that want to see the data. But in terms of the mayor's salary, the communities are the average was 119,267. And so the recommendation was to raise it from 100,000 to 115. And again, we're not looking at the mayor, the current mayor, we're looking at the position of mayor. And that's why we do this before June 30th, 6 months before the new mayor even starts. So we're just looking at the position of mayor. And that is the reason for me placing these council orders for consideration. Anyone else like to speak in favor or in opposition to this? Members of the public? There are 25 people right now on the call. Beverly Pelmachi, would you introduce yourself? And you have 3 minutes to speak. Welcome.
Beverly Pelmachi, 8 Commonwealth Avenue. I'm certainly going to be odd man out here because I look at this very differently than I think most people do. When most of us are hired for a new position, raises aren't considered until we prove our worth. In our cases, we have mayors that we elect. They're not hired, but we're essentially hiring them by voting for them. And we have a mayor who's in his first term. Now, I know you say we're not, Val, you're saying we're considering the position and not the person, but I think we need to take that into consideration. Now, I've heard that we should be comparing the mayor's position to that of a CEO of a corporation, but CEOs are hired with nationwide searches. I think it's even the same for town or city managers, where they're picking from a much larger pool. And has Gloucester ever had a mayor who was not a Gloucester resident? I don't know. I don't even know, is that a requirement to be elected? I don't know.
Yes, it is per the charter.
Okay, so we're choosing from a much smaller pool. So I just don't see the comparison to a CEO. Now we have a mayor, and which to me, I think of as a president, because we also have a mayor's assistant. And the mayor's assistant I see as a vice president, because those two salaries seem to be equivalent. That's $200,000, which is substantial. And I'd like to point out that the average income for Gloucester residents, I think, is 69,000 or thereabouts. Lastly, we have a significant senior population, and many of those are homeowners who pay property taxes, and we all know that the property taxes have been raised significantly. And a lot of senior citizens depend primarily on Social Security checks. And Social Security incomes, in some cases, don't amount to much more than just the amount of this raise that's being recommended for the mayor. So maybe I'm just a cheapskate, but I think that we have to take all these matters into consideration, because we don't have a CEO, we don't have a city manager, we have a mayor, and I just don't see the position as comparable. I think $100,000 is a substantial salary. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Beverly. Appreciate it. We have CK with her hand raised. Catherine, would you introduce yourself and your address? And you have 3 minutes to talk to our council.
Sure, thanks. Catherine at 17 High Rock. And Val, you mentioned that it was for both the mayor and the city council? When you said you could speak on either. That's what you said before she spoke?
No, I'm sorry. No. This is for this public hearing is on the mayor right now. So I wasn't clear. So if you would like to speak on the mayor, that's what we're talking about right now. And then we'll talk about the city council next in the next public hearing.
Oh, you did say both. I was listening. So
okay.
I'm just going to speak. It isn't specific to either the city council or the mayor, but it is reflective of what's available. And I would like to have more outreach, and I would like if it could be an all call when there are stipends for the city council and for other boards, and there's also health insurance, and after a certain amount of years there's health insurance and benefits for life, and almost everybody has a phone, and I would like that to go out to constituents that say that this is available as something that you can go for, because I think it's really important that we reach out to more people and have more representation and diversity. I think the best way to do it is by phone and letting people know that that's an opportunity. I didn't even know there was a stipend or benefits. So I think, that's a good thing for people to know, and it would attract people.
Right, and this is all in the, it's all in our rules of procedure. It's not in our rules of, it's in our Gloucester Code of Ordinances. So it's and
what's in the Code of Ordinances?
It
can't go out by all call?
No, the salaries are all in our Code of Ordinances. I'm just
the salaries, I'm just trying to make an outreach, right? So yeah.
Okay,
all right.
Great, thank you. Anyone else like to speak in favor or opposition? We have, let's see, we have Jane Fox Dobson. Would you introduce yourself? And you have up to 3 minutes to talk to us in favor or in opposition.
Jane Fox Dobson, 14 Becker Circle. As far as a raise for the mayor, I am against this until we get better infrastructure and our taxes are utilized for the taxpayer. I see no reason why the mayor should get a raise. I just don't think it's fair to the taxpayer. You're asking us for betterment packages, and then you're asking us to give the mayor a raise. It's just not fair. You need to stop spending where it's not necessary. or you've got to find a way. I would love to give the mayor a raise, but you know what? We have other things that are just as important that need to be focused on than to be asking us to. I just got a $1,200 increase in my taxes this year. $1,200. I just retired, and you put up $1,200, and then you expect us to give the mayor a raise who hasn't been in office that long and really hasn't done anything, as far as I can see, to help the people that are paying the taxes. Thank you. As far as city council, I think you guys are doing a great job, and I would vote you to have a raise. But as far as the mayor, 100,000 is far. Until they find a better approach than a Band-Aid approach to our problems, I'd say absolutely not. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak in favor or opposition? Beverly has already spoken, has she not? So Barnaby. Thank you.
Hi there, me again. Just say thank you to the mayor and the council. I think you earn every single cent that you're paid, and I'm in favor of this. And that goes even for people who I sometimes disagree with. I think you work very hard, lots of hours. I know the mayor works insane hours, and whilst he's working as mayor, he is not earning from his professional his previous job. So if we want people to move from working in commerce and enterprise into being public servants, we need to pay them at least something that will keep them going. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak in favor or in opposition? Seeing none, any correspondences, Madam Clerk?
There are none.
Are there any questions, councilors? Seeing none, I'd like to close the public hearing and ask for the committee report. Councilor Nolan.
On a motion by Councilor Majota, seconded by Councilor O'Hara, the Ordinance and Administration Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council review the annual salary of the mayor pursuant to City Charter, Section 3-1C, to determine if it shall be increased from $100,000 per year to $150,000 per year, effective January 1st, 2024, and that the Code of Ordinance, Chapter 2, Article 3, Officers and Employees, Division 2, Mayor, Section 2-54, compensation be amended by deleting $100,000 effective July 1st, 2024, 14, and adding $115,000 per year effective January 1st, 2024. And I so move.
Second.
A motion made by Councilor Nolan and it was seconded by Councilor Worthley. Is there a committee report or discussion, councilors? Councilor Worthley and then
Yes.
Councilor Memard.
Thank you. I know we took this up in Budget and Finance, and I think the recommendation was 2 in favor, 1 opposed. I don't know if that motion should be on the table as well, but that's more of a question procedurally. But I'd like to, can I share my screen for a quick moment? Provide some information that might also be helpful, if that's okay.
If we have not seen this in advance of the meeting, is it pertinent to this?
Absolutely, but I could just say the numbers and.
Councilors, without objection, can we look at Councilor Worthley's screen?
Let him go.
Okay, go ahead. Share the screen, Councilor Worthley.
Hang on a second. Let's see.
Okay, we see it.
You're not being heard, Jeff.
Jeff, I think you must be muted. Do you want to speak to this?
You're muted.
Councilor Worthley? Council Worthy, can you speak to this? Because we can't hear you.
Hit the space bar. There you go.
Hello?
There you are.
Okay,
There
I'm
we go.
sorry. So when I did the screen share, somehow that shut off my microphone. So I'm not going to try to make that mistake again. So what I did is I put together the salary of the mayor from 2014, and I had our city auditor confirm these numbers. If we simply use Social Security cost of living adjustment each year over the last 10 years, the salary would look at like 126,000 if it was just keeping with the cost of living adjustments over the last 10 years. And so I just want to put that number out there to say, okay, this isn't offering Mayor Verga a raise, right? I think that we're very clear this is offering the position a raise. And I agree with Beverly Palmucci on a lot of things. And this one we disagree. I think that the position should attract the kind of person who can save a lot of money and maybe find solutions for betterment issues and the kinds of things that keep coming up. And I'm not making a characterization of whether this mayor or the next mayor, if it's him or someone else, is the right person. But for that person to leave a career for a job that's, you got to spend money to get the job, and then you have no job security after you're up for re-election in 2 years, you're asking someone to give up a lot. And if we found a person who ran for mayor because they were leaving a professional job and they could make the kind of difference that solves some of these things, it's going to be way worth more than the $15,000 proposed raise. Again, I think valuing the position is important. Also, if the mayor were in a meeting with the superintendent, the DPW director, the fire chief, and the police chief, and all the department heads, he'd be the least paid, not all departments, most departments, he'd be the least paid person. And if people were in shock and they had a heart attack and they call the paramedics to come, he would still be the lowest paid salaried employee. The mayor is the CEO, but also the 99th top salaried employee. That's upside down, right? The buck has to stop somewhere, has to stop with the person who is typically paid the most money in that position. So that's why I'm supporting this. It's $15,000. I understand the impact it has for taxpayers. And the goal here is if we value the position and we can attract the kind of person that can help save us money, it's well worth it.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else like to speak in favor or opposition? Councillor Millard. Oh, who did?
Scott was first.
Okay, Scott, you have the floor.
Thank you. I agree 100% with Councillor Worthley on this, and I appreciate the way he put it out. We create an unfortunate pressure for ourselves by not indexing salaries. Every other government employee has a union advocating for them, or they have the Social Security indexing, the cost of living index. To not have any compensation adjustment over the course of 10 years makes it seem like a big deal, just as we were talking about last session as to the dockage rates on I-4C2. And it really is not the way to conduct routine business. You need incremental progressive adjustments to costs that offset to these values. I think it's overdue. It is a political hot potato. The mayor takes a lot of pressure from people who are unhappy with the way the city hasn't been able to solve some of their problems. But strictly speaking, that's not the mayor's fault. That's an institutional challenge for all of us that we're working together to solve as best as we can. And I believe that, as Jeff said, if we can attract better quality candidates who have the capacity to solve these problems smarter, better, faster, with a good team working with them who they attract and have demonstrate the leadership that can lead the city forward, I think it's certainly very well worth it. And I'll be supporting the increases proposed.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Grow.
I'm going to add my voice to the choir here. I can't count how many times people turn to me and say, you should run the city like a business. Now, I know that we can't, as much as we'd like to. It doesn't really work that way. But the fact is that if we're going to continue to try to attract quality people to be in these positions, there has to be some compensation beyond the feeling of public good. I think we all have that. I think we all share that, and we expect that these roles are not going to be well paid in terms of what it might be comparable to in the commercial marketplace. But the fact is that, you know, there are really, really qualified people out there in our city who might consider running for office if they didn't have to give up their job, or if they didn't have to give up quite so much compensation. Jeff's absolutely right. You know, if we hire the right people, and we can make a savings and justify those increases. Efficiencies are savings. All these things work. And no slight to anybody who's been the mayor beforehand or who comes after. You know, we all have 29,000 bosses, and we can get fired every 2 years. It's up to us to justify our existence every 2 years, and the mayor has to do that as well. But I think if we're going to work on attracting the best possible candidates for these offices, then we have to be willing to compensate them even just a token amount much more. I mean, token doesn't really, I don't want to make that sound pejorative. It's not a token amount. But when you look at a CEO of a company, of a $150 million company, $115,000 doesn't even register on the scale. So, you know, we're keeping it in lines of municipal expectations. You know, if we took the CIO salary, and Jill, I'm not suggesting this, and the mayor's salary, we might be able to hire a talent manager. And, you know, that's something to consider, that a lot of town managers are getting paid $200,000 to $250,000 a year to do the same job. And that is definitely a competitive market. So I think we should be mindful of compensation being somewhat equitable to the role that is being expected of the person in that role. Thanks.
Anyone else like to speak on this motion? Council O'Hara.
Thank you. I mimic what my fellow councilors have said, that this is the top position within the city. We certainly know that people have concerns. You know, as a city councilor for 8 years, I've heard it. And I'm not bashful to say the mayor of the city of Gloucester controls everything within the city as far as city government. And that resonates down to running the city. And I believe that to get a competent person to consider running for the position of mayor of the city of Gloucester, he or she needs to be compensated reasonably. And as again, my fellow councilors have said, you look out in the private sector, and that's where many of these potential candidates are coming from. And in today's marketplace, $100,000, I know it's a lot of money, and it is, but in the private sector, in a leadership role, $100,000 is really, you know, just normal funding. And we are moving this person, we are asking this person to run the city of Gloucester. As has been said, it's $150 million corporation. So with that said, I will be supporting this increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Gross.
Yeah, I'm not going to be supporting this. Everyone should be familiar with the charter. The mayor is elected, popularly elected, with the only qualification requirement is being a citizen of Gloucester. The CAO is actually the true CEO of the city. If you read the charter correctly, they are required to have the qualifications. When we changed from Plan government to a strong mayor form of government, one of the reasons it was sold is because it had, at that point, it was called the assistant to the mayor, but they had to have qualifications, the same qualifications as would be required by a city manager. So I feel that the qualifications that are required by the CAO is a much higher, and that's who puts in the lion's share of the work. That's who's here tonight. While I agree, the buck stops with the mayor, but don't forget all of these other city appointees, other than the city auditor and the superintendent of schools, are all 2 year appointments. None of them are any more secure than the mayor's office. So I think we really need to think long and hard about how we view how the city is actually being operated. And so I'm not going to be able to support this increase.
Anyone else that hasn't spoken on this motion? So I am going to be supporting this, and I just wanted to state what the what MMA says in terms of local government, because to Councillor Gross's point, our charter is outdated. We tried to take the opportunity to update it, and there were not enough signatures when we tried that a year and a half ago. But I took a look at the language from the MMA Association Forms of Local Government, and on the mayor council, not a town manager or select boards, the mayor council, it features that voters directly elect the mayor and council. The council size varies from 7 to 15. The mayor is the chief executive who appoints key officials in all or some boards, prepares budget, approves contracts, negotiates with unions, and oversees administration. A mayor may be empowered to veto some council actions, which is the case in Gloucester. And then it goes on to say that the council may also appoint some boards and committees. However, the mayor is usually a voting member of the school committee. A limited number of boards and or commissions may be elected. So something I skipped, the elected council is a legislative body and adopts budgets, adopts laws, approves indebtedness bonding, and may be empowered to approve or veto some mayor appointments. So anyway, I felt that that was important to look at, because that is how MMA that governs or oversees the governance of 351 municipalities in Massachusetts. And I think that that's a pretty high level position with a ton and ton of hours that goes behind whomever is the mayor of the city. So I will be supporting it. Any other further conversations before we call the question? Councilor O'Neill, you haven't spoken, I don't think. And then Councilor Groh has his hand raised again.
Thank you. Thank you. I am inclined to agree with Councilor Gross. I think it's time that we tightened our belts a little bit. I feel like we're just spending money ridiculously, and it's got to stop somewhere. And it's a shame that it's got to stop, that I will probably vote no on this. But we need to stop spending money. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Groh, you're all set?
Yeah.
Okay. So the motion on the floor right now is, just to be clear for our vote. Hold on. That the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Article 3, Officers and Employees, Division 2, Mayor, Section 2-54, compensation be amended by deleting $100,000 effective on January 1st, 2014, and adding $115,000 per year effective on January 1st, 2024. So let's call the roll, and I believe that this is majority, Madam Clerk. Okay. Councilor Memard.
Yes.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara.
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill.
No.
Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
Councilor Gilman. Yes. Councilor Gross.
No.
Councilor Groh.
Yes.
Councilor Marjota.
Yes.
The motion passes 7 in favor, 2 opposed. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Next order of business is public hearing 2023-022 to amend the Gloucester Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Article 2, City Council, Section 2-28, Council salary pursuant to City Charter, Section 2.3, by deleting 11,500 effective January 1st, 2024, and by adding 14,000 per year beginning January 1st, 2024.
So I would like to open the public hearing and just present that when I presented this order, I was silent on what the rate was. And I just felt that it was important that as a council, we take a look at it. We presented the data, and it's in the packet. And let me just, I guess we can wait to discuss that, but I just, again, I was listening to Steve Aiello, and we hadn't considered, there's been no increase to the city councilors since 2014. So who else would anyone else? Councilor Nolan, you have your hand raised, and I was going to continue with the public hearing.
Yeah, I do have two questions. One, Budget and Finance still has a motion on the floor for their mayor's recommendation that we didn't open or close or discuss. And then on the motion from ordinance administration, we didn't set a actual amount on that. And I don't know if we want to move from the O&A and move on to Budget and Finance where they did set one, or are we going to read both and go through it? And again, are we going to bring up the motion from Budget and Finance from their committee report?
So Council Worthy brought that up, and I think that we were clear of what had happened in both subcommittees, if I'm not mistaken, and that was in the minutes. And I thought we did a pretty good job deliberating right now. So on the first matter, I think I think we deliberated, unless you want to go back and discuss the second motion that was coming out of BNF, and we can have another vote. I mean, what is your preference, Councilor Nolan? Because this was kind of odd, because Councilor Gross wanted us to bring this up in two subcommittees, which we did. It was referred to both subcommittees, although it was a Gloucester Code of Ordinance, which was O&A. And so we did bring it up twice. And I'm not really sure what the rules are in this, but I think we were clear with the votes, and we just had a good deliberation on the first matter. So I'm personally comfortable with the first vote. And on the second vote, seeing that there was no, then we could certainly have discussed both of the motions, first out of O&A and second out of BNF. Does that sound okay, Councilor Nolan? Is your
I'm fine with not reading the Budget and Finance. It was in front of us. So I want to make that clear that that's why we're not doing it. And I'm all right with reading O&A, but I'm also all right moving to Budget and Finance in their motion, because they actually gave a amount. So we can have an open-ended amount out of O&A, or we can move to the motion from Budget and Finance. Without objection, it'd be the will of the committee.
So I'm comfortable with what you just said. Any objections, councilors, to proceed? The motion out of subcommittee would be the one coming from BNF.
Which
Is that okay?
just simply puts a number on the table. That was what we were trying to do.
Right, exactly. So right now we're in the public hearing for the second matter, which is City Council. And at this point, is there anyone in the public that would like to speak in either favor or in opposition? Although we should state what that matter is, correct? So we have not mentioned that yet. So Did we not state the number out of, so the public hearing?
Yes, you did.
Okay, so it was to delete 11,500 effective on January 1st, 2014, and adding $14,000 per year beginning on January 1st, 2024. So that was the public hearing. So we already called that. That was, Madam Clerk mentioned that. So we have Marianne Boucher's hand raised. So Marianne, you have the floor. You have 3 minutes to tell us if you agree with this number or disagree.
Thank
So
you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Marianne Albert Boucher. I watch every meeting, as you all know, and the time that you all put into this job, and I see it as a very important job, deserves the $250 a month increase. It saddens me that that we don't see more people involved, especially in the wards. So many people are running unopposed, and I don't feel that this amount is an attractive amount to bring more people in. And I think you all deserve it. And I know you work tirelessly for the $14,000 per year. And I don't even think most of you do it for the money. I think you do it for the love of the city. But you all deserve it. And I would vote absolutely yes to increase the pay. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Anyone else like to speak in favor or in opposition? Beverly Palmacci, state your name again and your address, and you have 3 minutes to tell us what you think.
Okay, Beverly Palmacci, 8 Commonwealth Avenue. I actually approve of this. I agree with Marianne. Whether I agree with all the councilors or not, I think people on the council put in a tremendous amount of time. I don't know how you could do this and have a job, but some of you do, if not all of you. And I'm absolutely for a minor increase. This is not $100,000 here or $15,000 we're talking about. This is just a few $1,000s, and I think it's money well spent. That's it.
Thank you, Beverly. Anyone else like to speak in favor or in opposition? Jane Fox Dobson, you have the floor. You speak to us for up to 3 minutes. Jane, you're unmuted, so I think you can go ahead and speak.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sure can.
Said I'm in 100% agreement for a raise for the city council. I give you all a thumbs up.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak in favor or in opposition? We have Irene. Irene, would you introduce yourself and state your address? And you have 3 minutes to tell us if you agree or not.
Sorry. Yes. Hi, good evening. I don't begrudge anybody a raise. I know you guys all work very hard for that. A 22% increase is quite a bit.
Irene, would you, excuse me, I hate to interrupt you, but could you just tell us your last name and your street address?
Oh, yes, excuse me. Sure. Irene Frontero, 28 Fort Square.
Okay, thank you.
I am in favor of this raise for you guys. I think the only thing I would like to say is that I hope that the increase in the cost of the benefit, the salaries would come from a cut in another line item in your budget, rather than increasing our salaries to cover this. I mean, our taxes to cover your salary. So I'm not sure where you got your money from to cover the increases in the 15% increase in the mayor's salary plus a 22% in your raise. But I don't begrudge you, and I do approve of an increase for you guys. You do work hard, and I appreciate you all.
Thank you, Irene. Barnaby, your hand is raised. You have 3 minutes to speak to us, and if you would tell us your address, that would be great.
Yes, Barnaby Prendergast, address 61 Fernal Street. Again, just to reiterate my support for you and for the raise. I believe the cumulative interest rate from the period of the last set is about 29%. So your raise is actually still below inflation if the stipend had tracked inflation. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Barnaby. Anybody else like to speak in favor or in opposition? There are now 23 attendees on the call. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, are there any correspondences?
There are none.
Councilors, do you have any questions? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for the committee report, and this one will be from BNF. So, Council Memard.
Let me get this up. On this matter, Budget and Finance recommended on a motion by myself, seconded by Councilor Worthley. Budget and Finance, the Budget and Finance Committee voted 2 in favor, 1, Councilor Gross opposed, to recommend that the City Council, pursuant to Section 2-3 of the City Charter, increase the council salary to $14,000 per year, and I so move.
Second.
Motion's made by Council Memard. It was seconded by Council Worthley. Is there a discussion, councilors? Council Worthley.
Thank you.
Do you mind, Council Worthley, just I should have asked Council Memard if he wanted to do the narrative first, and then we'll go to you.
It's not a narrative at this point. It's just a personal view. So please have Councilor Worthy proceed.
Council Worthy, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. When I first ran for City Council and won many years ago, I got a call from the personnel office, and they said, you got to come in and do some paperwork and bring your checkbook. And I thought, do I have to pay for this job too? I didn't know there was a salary that came with it. But they just wanted the EFT checking account numbers for direct deposit. And I think all of us do this out of the love of our community and love for our city. And that was proof right there. I didn't even know. I ran not knowing we got paid. Okay. And I would do this without pay. I think we all would. And I don't want to presume that I work any harder than any of the other 8 councilors at all. But I just got the calendar for May and June, and we have 23 council meetings in the next 5.5, 6 weeks. Now, we don't all have to be at every single meeting, but it's very, very busy and it's time consuming. And I don't think that the founding fathers and mothers said, we only want city councilors who are retired or wealthy and can do this job because they don't need the income. And that's not a reflection on any of us. In fact, I appreciate the comments from the public that they think we're doing a great job. This salary increase is not for us. It's for the next council, and we're all up for re-election. And it could be that none of us are here. I think that's important to remember. This is not us giving ourselves a blank check to each individually make more money, because we may not run, we may not win. But I think that if you're doing the work it takes to be a city councilor, you're not doing something else. And whether you work on commission, you work on salary, you work on any kind of job, you're taking time off to do this job and do it right. And for every hour that people see us here, there's, I don't know, another 50% of the time, 20%, I don't know what it is, preparing for these meetings. And it's a lot. The phone calls. When you're a city councilor, you're a city councilor 24/7. If you're on the beach, you're at the supermarket, you're going for a walk. And I welcome input, but it is a 24/7 job in terms of you're always a city councilor. So I support this. And if it turns out that someone else runs because they're compelled to do this and it costs me an election, so be it. I think we should value this position. We put a lot of hours in, and it's a 30 to 40 hour week job sometimes. So I appreciate everyone's comments on this and the dialogue that we've been having. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Who else would like to speak? Councillor Grow?
Yeah, Jeff and I did not discuss this before the meeting, just to be clear. But he's absolutely right. And the salary, the stipend, whatever we want to call it, is not a full-time job. It's not it's not really a motivator for any of us to have jumped into the ring to do this. But as a self-employed person, every hour that I'm spending on the city council is an hour I'm not spending on my business and making money for my family and doing the things that I need to do to support them. And so it does help out. And we do, I think all of us want to see a really good mix of people running for office. As Jeff has pointed out, this is not our raise. You know, come January 1st, there could be 9 new faces in front of you. And hopefully they'll justify in their performance the praise that we got tonight, which I was really gratified to hear. This is something that helps offset the time and the effort that goes into being prepared and ready. And as Jeff said, being on 24/7. You know, a market basket run used to be 15-20 minutes, and it can be 45 minutes to an hour now, and that's pretty consistent. I don't begrudge that. I'm perfectly happy to discuss anything with constituents anywhere, but it does take time, it does take effort, and it does take if you're going to do it right, it takes a lot of time, and I think we all try to do it right. So I support this. It's helpful. It doesn't compensate necessarily for lost revenue from other things that we're not doing, but it definitely helps out.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor O'Neill.
Yes, thank you. I can't vote for this and not vote for the raise for the mayor. I just think it's time that we tightened our purse strings and stop spending money. So it's got to start somewhere. So I will be voting no on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else like to speak on the motion? Councillor O'Hara and then Councillor Memard.
Thank you. I will not be supporting this. We as a city, we have major problems. I'll be the first one to admit I get calls, and it's 7 days a week, Christmas, Easter, Saturday, Sundays, people email me. I return the call. I don't expect you to call. I am a servant of the people and honored to serve the people. With that said, when a constituent calls me and questions their water bill, that it increased a drastic amount, and I've said this before, and they don't know how they're going to pay for their water. You know, my heart goes out to them. I cry for them. It's again, we have problems. We're dealing with it every day. We have public hearings dealing with private roads, paving, patching potholes. It just goes on and on and on. We need to make major changes. It begins at the top. That's the reason for the support for the increase for the mayor. But as a city councilor, I don't, you know, they can replace me. The wheels will keep on turning, but this city is run from the top. We all know it. I say it to every constituent. I agree with Councillor O'Neill that we have to tighten our belt. We have to, and it begins in the corner office. That person controls what's happening. But as a city councilor, I will not be supporting this increase. Thank you.
Councillor Memard.
As I said before, in reference to the mayor's salary, I think we create an unfortunate challenge for ourselves that's really not very fair by going so many years, going a decade without any kind of cost adjustment or price adjustment for the compensation that councilors receive, because it makes it suddenly seem like a big thing after 10 years to get a few $1,000s or $1,500 or whatever additional. I support, just simply out of really, I want to attract good candidates as councilors. I have no doubt that all of us are committed to serving our constituents as best we can, and the dollar amount of our compensation somehow is an issue in that calculation. But we want to attract young families to city council. We want to attract candidates who are balancing work and family and still can afford to serve the community as a councilor. We don't want all just retirees, please. But I also think of it something as a matter of self-respect to have some kind of periodic indexing and increase in our rates. You know, I go through the city budget as my fellow councilors do, and you know, it's not a problem that the city's lifeguards or crossing guards or school bus drivers get paid more than I do for the services that they render the city. But I think we deserve some self-respect also. And part of that comes in recognition. And a little bit of it, frankly, comes from how much you're paid in the course of a year and how you pay your bills and you know, whatever. So that's my say. I support finally an incremental increase after all these years. And please don't, you know, it's a hot potato. We avoid talking about it. It's great that we're discussing it, but don't kick it down the road for another 10 years before there's another adjustment.
Councilors, I need to amend the effective date because we were silent on the effective date. So I'd like to amend the motion to make this effective on 1/1/2024, and I so move.
Second.
Motion made by Gilman, seconded by Council Worthley. Roll call vote on the amendment to the main motion. Memard?
Yes.
Council Nolan?
Yes.
Council O'Hara?
You're muted.
Yes. Yes.
Council O'Neill?
Yes.
Council Worthley?
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross? Tony?
Yes.
Council Grow?
Yes.
Council Majota?
Yes.
I'd like to make a second amendment. I'd like to amend the motion by deleting $14,000 per year and adding $13,000 per year, and I so move. No one wants to move it. Okay. That's okay. So we're back to the main motion, and the effective date is January 1st, 2024. Any further discussions? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Memard?
Yes.
Council Nolan?
Yes.
Council O'Hara?
No.
Council O'Neill?
No.
Council Worthley?
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross?
No.
Council Grow?
Yes.
Council Majota?
No.
The yeses have it. 5 in favor, 4 opposed. And that was a necessary majority. So the motion passes, 5 in favor, 4 opposed. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Point of order.
Council O'Neill?
Could we take a 3-minute break?
Of course. Can we make it 5 minutes?
Sure.
Is there a second on the motion from Council O'Neill?
Second.
Okay, we've got 1 million seconds, so I'll give it to Council Worthley. Our roll call vote. Council Memard?
Yes.
Nolan?
Yes.
O'Hara?
Yes.
O'Neill?
Yes.
Worthley?
Yes.
Gilman, yes. Gross?
Yes.
Grow?
You bet.
Marjota?
Yes.
5-minute break. My watch says 9:46, so 9:51. We'll see you in a couple minutes.
8.
What?
8.
Oh, 8. Oh, good. Oh my gosh. Awesome. We're early. See you in 5 minutes. Okay. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Public hearing 2023-2023 to amend the Gloucester Code of Ordinances, Chapter 4, Animals, Sections 4-1 through 4-26.
I'd like to open the public hearing and ask if anyone would like to speak in favor of this. Our CAO, Jill Cahill, would you like to say anything about this? This was an ordinance that Attorney Egan put forward.
No, again, this is a housekeeping matter. We were asked, and I think the city clerk probably knows the most about it, to update our animal ordinances so that in order to give our animal control officers the support they need.
Great, thank you. Anyone else in the public? We now have 19 attendees. Anyone else like to speak in favor? Seeing none, anyone like to speak in opposition? Seeing none, are there any communications, Madam Clerk?
There are none.
Councilors, are there any questions? Seeing, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Can I just, comment on this? This was brought forward to comply with the Mass General Law that has changed several years to update our code of ordinances and to change the number of dogs per household and some other changes that were in the Mass General Law, but our code of ordinances was outdated. So we had a meeting with the General Counsel and the Animal Control, and we ironed out and went through every section to see it to be updated. So I just want to inform the council of that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So no questions, councilors? Councilor O'Neill.
Yeah, sorry, this is for Joanne. I thought I read through this whole thing and I didn't notice, did you say the number of dogs per household? Did that get changed from? You're muted.
Okay, so before the law change, you could have up until 3 dogs per household without going to a kennel. Okay, and if you had the 4th dog, it would kick over to a kennel. You would have to apply for a kennel license, which the city of Gloucester did not have. And then now the Mass General Law changed that you can have up until 4 dogs per household, and 5 dogs and over would require you to have a kennel license.
For real?
I just didn't see that. I thought I read the whole thing. Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna have to go get another dog.
I have a question, and it might end up being an amendment, but it is a question. Under the no feed section, which is feeding or disturbing wildlife, section 4-3, part A and B. I was wondering why we did not have turkeys there, because turkeys are an incredibly popular wildlife who are everywhere in our community. And so I was just wondering if there was a reason when we did this first ordinances way back, and I was on the council back then, but it seems like we didn't have turkey there. So I'm just asking the question to you, Joanne, because you kind of, you're the city clerk, and I'm not sure why, but it might be something that we might want to consider there, because I've had some people question why the turkeys are not there. Okay. And if you've ever had the turkeys jump on your cars and poop all over the place and become a real public nuisance, I'm not sure we want to be feeding them at our households all the time, because I think we'd like them to be in the woods.
Okay, so I believe some of the updates on the feeding or disturbing wildlife was brought forward, the amendments on the recommendation of the Animal Advisory Committee. And so at that time, I think I was part of some of these, well, I was attending some of these meetings, but the turkeys were never brought up. So okay. I really can't answer the questions on turkeys because nobody brought that up.
Okay. It's kind of a fun it's fun to be able to laugh a little bit on an ordinance, just to visualize what the turkeys can be like when they're blocking our driveways and et cetera.
Madam Chair,
questions? We're in the questions.
Just as the liaison to the Animal Advisory committee of the city, they have not been able to meet the last two and a half years. They weren't able to have meetings scheduled during the prior administration, and now that they, until just recently, they were short of members to be able to constitute a quorum. But they are very shortly going to be fully manned or womaned, and will be voting and meeting soon. And I'll make a point of raising that specific question to them when they do meet. Turkeys.
Okay, but we can also amend it tonight and save $700 on an ad, right? So anyway, I shouldn't be deliberating. That's just my my question. So any other questions, counselors? Seeing none, I'd like to close the public hearing. Oh, go ahead, Madam Clerk. Is there something that I was premature on my gavel?
You didn't ask for any communications, and I'm not sure whether you asked if anybody from the public wanted to speak in favor or opposition. Was that brought up before?
Oh,
Yeah, we
oh
have.
really?
Yeah.
I thought I did. Did I not?
I don't know. I think we were just going into some kind of discussion, and I might have interrupted the flow.
No, I think we did ask, because I waited to ask my question. I waited until those two sections were done. So I think we are through with the questions. Is there another question? What is going on?
Tony's waving his hand.
Oh, Tony, go ahead. Very patient.
We see you, Tony. Tony, you are seen. You are seen.
I don't have a question. I do have a couple of corrections, and I don't know if this is the time before we close the public hearing or after that. But section 4-16A, it eliminates F, but it doesn't renumber G and H.
Okay, so what happens is that Councillor Nolan is going to read all the sections. We're going to go like we did the waterways. We're going to go through section, and he's going to say by renumbering. Okay, so
okay.
Yeah, we'll screenshot that, Councilor Groves.
Yeah.
Any other
crows
questions?
land at my bird feeder, so I don't know, would I get arrested for having crows land at my bird feeder? So if we're putting turkeys in, can we take crows out?
I'm a big fan of crows.
Nevermore.
I don't know. We'll have to deliberate on this.
Croak.
I just want to mention that there are no communications on this public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions, councilors? Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing, and then I'm going to ask for the committee report, and then we will put up the screenshot before the motion is made. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
As soon as you said you were going to close the public hearing, Jane Dobson raised her hand.
Okay, so I will pretend that I didn't bang the gavel, and without objection, councilors. So Jane, you're welcome to speak in favor or in opposition to this ordinance. You have the floor. State your name and address. Thank you.
West Gloucester, we have a lot of turkeys. I don't intentionally feed turkeys. I do have a lot of bird feeders, and I have a lot of wildlife in my yard. It's like a sanctuary. It's funny. I have cats, dogs, rabbits, crows. No one eats each other. It's like, it's not allowed. But we do have occasions where I'll look outside and I've got 20, 30, sometimes 40 turkeys in my yard. I'm not intentionally feeding them. They're just there. And I know there's been a big thing about it on Bray Street, the neighbor's website, and people arguing about it. And it's saying if you feed the turkeys, you're going to get fined or this or that. And it's like, well, I am not intentionally feeding them. So I think you got to be very careful. I mean, I do have feed out for the squirrels, the chipmunks, everything gets fed in my yard. So, you know, it's my yard, it's a half acre. I do put food out. I don't, but you know, I certainly don't go out there when they're there because they'll attack you, you know, if you approach them usually. So I know. And then there was a thing where you're not supposed to feed coyotes. I thought that was kind of funny myself because it's like, you know, I'm not going to hand feed coyotes, but I wake up in the morning, I have gray foxes in my yard. I have red foxes. I've got coyotes. I see everything. I actually had a couple of bucks in my yard this winter. So, you know, I just think you got to be careful there, wording if it's intentional or, you know, if you're baiting them to hunt them and things like that, because I'm certainly not going to hunt them either. But I do have a lot of wildlife in my yard, whether I like it or not.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now that I've lifted the gavel, is there anyone else that'd like to speak? Seeing none, okay, I'm gonna close the public hearing and ask for a committee report, and then we can put this up on the screen to actually make the motion and visualize it. So Councilor Nolan, do you want Joanne to do that right now in lieu of the committee report? Although you probably need to state the motion, and then we will just walk through it.
Yeah, I'll read the motion and then I'll read the article that needs to be read with the changes. On a motion by Council Nolan, seconded by Council Majota, the Ordinance Administration Committee voted by roll call. 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend the City Council amend the Gloucester Code of Ordinances, Chapter 4, Animals, as included in the proposed draft ordinance with the amendment to Section 425F to change the processing fee to $2 per license. Now, we're going to read a separate template to Chapter 4, and if people would bear with me, it is 12 pages long, so we got some work here tonight, and if you could please listen and forgive me for any mistakes. All right, so amend by adding new 4-1 definitions. Section 4-1 definitions. Animal. Any mammal excluding Homo sapiens, bird, reptile, amphibian, or fish. Animal Control Officer, ACO. Persons designated by the City of Gloucester and supervised by the Chief of Police in accordance with the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 140, Section 151 and 151A. Destruction. In order by the hearing authority that a vicious dog be destroyed in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 140, Section 136A to 174E, and Massachusetts Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals guidelines. Domestic animal. Any animal of any species which usually lives in or about the habitation of humans as a pet or an animal companion, including those employed in agricultural pursuits. The term does not compass stray or feral animals defined as animal without a known owner or keeper. Guardian, a person of at least 14 years of age who is responsible for the behavior of a dog while using a public dog park. Hearing authority. The hearing authority shall be designee of the mayor. However, the designee must not be the ACO, Animal Control Officer. Keeper. The person to whom owner entrusts the care, maintenance, and responsibilities of ownership of the animal for a prescribed period of time. Kennel. A pack or collection of dogs on a single premises, including a commercial boarding or training kennel, commercial breeder kennel, domestic charitable corporation kennel, personal kennel, or veterinarian kennel. Kennel license. A special license issued to a kennel which allows payment of a single fee covering all dogs in the kennel. With a kennel license, the kennel owner receives a special kennel tag for each dog in the kennel. License. A dog The dog's registration, evidenced by a tag issued annually by the city clerk to the owner of each dog residing in Gloucester and securely fixed to the dog's collar or harness. Muzzling, using a device that fits over the dog's mouth and prevents it from biting, but that does not cause any injury or interfere with the vision or respiration of the dog. Nuisance dog, a dog that, one, by excessive barking or other disturbances is a source of annoyance to a sick person residing in the vicinity. Number two, by excessive barking, causing damage or other interference, disrupts a reasonable person's quiet and peaceful enjoyment. Or three, has threatened or attacked livestock, a domestic animal, or a person, but such threat was not a grossly disappropriate reaction under all the circumstances. Owner, the owner of record of the animal. Permanent restraint, an order issued by the hearing authority under 4-23, requiring a vicious dog's keeper and owner to restrain it. Restraint, limiting, restricting, or keeping an animal under control by means of physical barrier, i.e. leash, substantial chain, or line, visible or invisible fence. Service animal means any dog that is individually trained to work, perform tasks for the benefit of individual with a disability, including physical, sensory, psychiatric, intellectual, or other mental disabilities. Other species of animals, whether wild or domestic, trained or untrained, are not service animals for the purpose of this definition. The work or tasks performed by a service animal must be directly related to the individual's disability. Examples of work or tasks include, but are not limited to, assisting individuals who are blind or have low vision with navigation and other tasks, alerting individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing to the presence of people or sounds, provide non-violent protection or rescue work, pulling a wheelchair, assisting individuals during a seizure, alerting individuals to the presence of allergens, retrieving items such as medicine or the telephone, providing physical support and assistance with the balance and stability of individuals with mobility disabilities, and helping persons with psychiatric, neurological disabilities by preventing or interrupting impulsive or destructive behaviors. The crime deterrent effects of an animal presence and a provision for emotional support, well-being, comfort, or companionship do not constitute work or tasks for the purpose of this definition. Tethering, the tying of a dog to a stationary object, confining the dog to a specific area by means of a device specifically designed for dogs. Voice control, the ability to give a command to which the animal responds promptly. Excuse me for 1 second. Now we're going to amend by renumbering section 4-1 to 4-2 and read the amendment changes in red. Section 4-2, strike 1. On section A, no owner, striking E or capitalizing the O for owner. On B, strike shall, it means that the capitalize A for animal on the presence, capitalize O for owner, or capitalize K for keeper. On section 4, we are going to strike 3 and add 2, feeding or disturbing wildlife.
The opposite.
Yeah, sorry, add 3, strike 2. We're adding commas to a bunch of this. And then we're going to strike or and add other, I believe. And the violations, But the S of the section, subject to a $300 fine. So there's a lot of capitals and different things that are being put into this. B, we're going to add to violations of this section. Section 4, 4, strike 3, adding capital A to animal, and capital A to animal again, and then by striking animal control or ACO or law enforcement, then adding a comma to firefighter penalties. Again, on section A, we're going to be capitalizing animal and animal on 2 words. On B, we are going to strike animal control officer as defined in MGL 140, section 136A, ACO. We're going to be adding another comma. We're going to be animal again with capital A, striking animal control officer and adding ACO. Under C, animal control officer adding ACO. Some more commas. We do have some more capitalization of animal, and then capitalization for owner. And then capitalization A on animal again, and then capitalization A on animal again. Sorry, this sounds weird. Again, we're going to strike animal control officer, and we're going to add ACO. Some more commas. Capitalizing animal again, and that's on D. We're going to move on to E. We're going to strike animal control and add ACO. Some more commas. Another capital to animal. Another capital to animal. Another capital to animal. Then we're on to F. Another capital for animal. And now we're going to be in section 4. We're going to strike 5 and add 4 for endangered, threatened wildlife buffer zone.
The opposite.
Sorry, yeah, add 5, strike 4. A, we're going to add A to buffer zone and strike around an area. Violations, add an S of this section. Then we're going to go to 4, and we're going to add 6, strike 5, giving away live capitalized animals as a prize or award. We have a capital animal again. We're going to strike whoever violates the provisions to violations. And then we're going to do for $100 in the sum of 100 and strike $100. Section 4-7, conduct of animals. And this is going to be all added. A, in danger and safety, no animal keeper or owner shall allow its animal to bite, menace, or threaten all without provocation so as to endanger the safety of any persons. This subsection is not meant to preclude any animal from acting as a watchdog on its keeper's or own property. B, disturbing the peace. No animal keeper or owner shall allow the animal to disturb the peace for any neighborhood by making excessive noise without provocation. Noise is excessive if it's uninterrupted barking, yelping, whining, howling, braying, cowling, squealing, mooing, or any other animal noise for a period of time exceeding 15 minutes. This subsection is not meant to preclude a dog from acting as a watchdog on its keeper's owner property. C, damaging property. No animal keeper or owner shall allow the animal to damage public or private property or realty. D, chasing. No animal keeper or owner shall allow the animal to chase a person, motor-powered vehicle, human-powered vehicle, or animal drawing or carrying of a person. We're going to be going into section 4, 8, striking 6. 4.1, add 4, reserved, and that's going to be for reserved for future things. Then we're going to go section 4.15, running at large prohibited. We're going to strike section from 4.16 strike A or section 416D. We're going to capitalize owner, and we're going to add or keeper. We're going to strike shall and continue to means add a S that, and another capitalization to owner, a K for keeper, capitalization. 416A. F, we're going to strike expiration unless renewed or made permanent by the city council and signed by the mayor. The provisions of this section shall expire on the occasion of the last scheduled meeting of the Ordinance and Administration Committee during the month of December 2019. G is going to be struck, and we're going to add F. H is going to be struck, and we're going to add G. Under section 4-16, we're going to add violation of the section shall be punishable by citation and a fine of $50 for each offense. On 416, we are going to add violation of the section shall be punishable by citation and a fine of $50 for each offense. Adding section 416D, dogs prohibited from all city-owned flower beds at all times. Dogs shall be prohibited from all city-owned flower beds at all times. Violation of the section shall be punishable by citation and a fine of $50 for each offense. Section 416, we're going to add E, strike D, remove off-leash dog areas, and add dog parks. Under A, it's going to strike authorized and add prohibited. And so under 2, we're going to remove and insert but. We're going to capitalize guardian and strike at least 14 years of age. Then under D, we're going to remove guardian lowercase and add guardian uppercase. And then we're going to go down to section number 3, where we are going to strike animal officer and add ACO, and then add or a law enforcement officer of the city. Under B, we're going to add and to male dogs and dogs younger. Under C, there's a comma. And under E, we're going to strike the word in 8 and add the number 8. And on G, we're going to add an S to the blades for rollerblades. Number 4, we're going to strike section 421, section 21D, section 424D, and add 424D. And then we're going to strike dog officer and add ACO. And then we're going to strike dog officer and add ACO again. We're going to strike section C, which says dogs shall be allowed on Crab Beach off leash at all times, subject to the enumerated conditions contained in section 416A. And then we're going to strike 416E, dogs prohibited from city-owned flower beds at all times. Dogs shall be prohibited from city-owned flower beds at all times. The animal control officer shall issue the owner or keeper of such dog a citation violation of this article, a fine of $50 for each offense. Order number 216-146, 7/12/2016. Order number 216-237, 12/13/2016. And that's all struck. Under section 416F of tethering, we're going to remove the lowercase t and add the uppercase t to tethering. We're going to change the word 5 to the number 5. We are going to capitalize owner. We're going to strike guardian, and we're going to add keeper with an uppercase. We are going to change owner to capital O for owners. We're going to strike guardian, and we're going to add a capital K to keeper. We have some commas on B. On 3, we're gonna change from lowercase to capital on animals. On E, we're gonna have another lowercase to capital owner. We're gonna add the word or, and also keeper is gonna be changed to a uppercase. And we're gonna strike or guardian. Section 416G, we're gonna strike guide dog and go to service animal. And then we're gonna go for strike any blind person, strike or deaf, and we're gonna add hard of hearing and strike handicapped. We are gonna again strike guide dog and add service animal. Now we're going to 417, and we are gonna change again to a capital A on animal. We're now in section 418. We are going to change to a capital O on owner. On section A, we're going to strike the dog officer and add ACO. Then we're going to be changing owner to capital again. Then we're going to add the word the fine to be assessed. Then we're going to change again to a capital on owner and a capital on keeper. On section B, we have another capital for owner, capital K for keeper. We're going to strike Massachusetts Society for the Preservation of Cruelty to Animals to the MSPCA. We're going to go into the use of a dog for, instead of or, we're adding the F to make it for. On C, we're going to strike dog officer and we're going to add ACO. We're going to add a capital C to Commonwealth, and we're going to add of Massachusetts. On section 419, we have another capital for owner, another K for keeper. We're going to strike dog officer and add ACO. We have another owner for capital, another K for keeper. And we're going to strike the violations of this article. And we're going to put impoundment and a fine of $50 for the first and each subsequent offense. This fine is in addition to any other fine imposed for violations of this chapter. Then we're going to strike the violations shall bear a fine of the following, and we're going to strike the following: number 1, for the first and subsequent offense of $50. In section 2, we have another capital going in for owner, another K for keeper, and another capital for owner. We're going to get out of section C, and we are going to do a capital for city. On D, we're going to strike the provisions of this article should not apply to any person or organization who owns, keeps, or maintains any dog as part of a canine corp or the Commonwealth or any other political subdivisions will actually engage in the performance of official duties. On section 420, we are going to strike dog officer, and then we're going to add a capital C to the city. Then we're going to strike the city shall make provisions from the service of at least one full-time dog officer whose duty it shall be to enforce the provisions of the article of the licensing laws relevant to dogs and to other relevant Commonwealth law. The dog officer shall have the power to decide on the merit of the complaints of citizens with regard to what they feel are nuisance dogs and the issue citations to owners, which unless appealed under Commonwealth law shall be referred to the district court if citation is ignored. The dog officer shall have the authority to prioritize response to complaints or other notifications of violations based on the emergency or non-emergency nature. The emergency complaints or notifications are those in which there is imminent threat to the life, health, or safety of humans or dogs. All other complaints are notifications of violations or non-emergency. We're going to go on to add in section 421, animal control officer. A, general, the city shall designate at least one ACO who shall be supervised by the chief of police. charged with enforcing the provisions of this bylaw and perform such other duties and responsibilities as the chief of police or the designee may determine. B, duties. The ACO's duties shall include, but not limited to, the following. I, general enforcement of this section, including but not limited to: 1, enforcement of the City of Gloucester Animal Control Ordinance and relevant state laws and regulations. 2, explanation of ordinance and violations. 3, notifications to the owner or unlicensed dogs. Issuance of temporary restraint orders. The ACO shall issue an order temporarily restraint to the keeper of any animal that is a nuisance or that is awaiting a decision under Section 423 as to whether it is vicious. An order of temporary restraints is an order that the animal must be confined to its keeper or owner's property when not on a 6-foot or shorter leash, or a dog may be ordered to be sheltered at a local kennel or veterinarian facility at the animal owner's expense. Muzzling will be at the ACO's direction. It shall be enforced for no more than 30 days unless the ACO renews it in writing for subsequent 30-day periods. The ACO shall rescind or stop renewing the order when, in the ACO's judgment, restraint is no longer required. The animal's keeper or the animal can petition the hearing authority under Section 4-22B to rescind the order for temporary restraint. 3, issuance of an order of confinement. The ACO may make arrangements for temporary housing of any animal that is to be confined under the provisions of this chapter. The housing may be at a local veterinarian clinic or dog kennels within the city or neighboring towns, and shall be at the owner's expense. 4, complaint resolution. The ACO shall keep accurate, detailed records of the confinement and disposition of the animals held in custody and of all bite cases reported and the result of the investigation of the same. The ACO shall maintain a telephone log of calls regarding animals and submit a monthly report summarizing the log to the hearing authority. 1 second, please. Section 4-22, hearing authority appeals. A, right to appeal. When the ACO has investigated a complaint regarding the animal's behavior and has issued a finding or an order of temporary restraint with which either the animal's keeper or owner or the complaint disagrees, then either party may appeal by sending a written request to the city clerk within 10 business days after issuance of the ACO's decision. Following the clerk's receipt of a written appeal, the hearing authority shall hold a public hearing on the appeal. B, findings and further appeals. The hearing authority shall decide whether to uphold, reverse, or modify the ACO's decision and shall mail its ruling to the animal's owner's complaint and to the ACO. C, hearings. The hearing authority shall hold public hearings and make decisions on any vicious dog declaration under Section 4-23. D, further appeals. An appeal from adoption of a hearing authority may be made by either the owner or the complaint in accordance with MGL Chapter 140.
Council, excuse me, I think it was decision, not adoption. Just, you're doing an amazing job. I just want to just correct that.
A decision, yeah, from a decision of a hearing,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, you're doing
Okay.
an amazing job. So I just wanted to just make that small correction.
Section 423, vicious dogs. Declaring a dog vicious. Any dog that without provocation bites a human being or kills or maims a domestic animal without provocation may be declared vicious by the hearing authority. An exception may be made for a puppy, a dog under 6 months old, that draws blood, or for a dog that attacks or bites an unaccompanied domestic animal on the dog keeper's property. B, procedure for declaring a vicious dog. Upon the written complaint of the ACO, any other public safety agent, or upon the written complaint of any person, the hearing authority shall hold a public hearing, after which it will determine whether it should be declare a dog vicious, and if so, declared what remedy is appropriate. C, exceptions. A dog should not be declared vicious if the hearing authority determines any of the following. 1, the person's skin was not broken. 2, the person who was bitten was willfully trespassing, committing a crime, or attempting to commit a crime on the premises occupied by the dog's keeper or owner. 3, the dog was being teased, tormented, abused, or assaulted by the injured person or a domestic animal prior to attacking or biting. Or 4, the dog was protecting or defending a human being in its immediate vicinity from attack or assault. D, remedies. Upon its finding the dog is vicious, the hearing authority shall order one of the following remedies: permanent restraint, destruction, or any other remedy authorized by applicable law. I, or 1, a permanent restraint order is an order that the dog must at all times, while on its keeper's or owner's property, be kept within the keeper's or owner's house or a secure enclosure. The secure enclosure shall be a minimum of 5 feet wide, 10 feet long, and 5 feet in height, with a horizontal top covering the entire enclosure, so be constructed of not less than 9-gauge chain link fencing. The floor shall be not less than 3 inches or poured concrete, with the bottom edge of the fence embedded in the concrete. Protection from the elements, and shall comply with all applicable building codes and with the zoning ordinance of the city of Gloucester. In addition, the keeper or owner of the dog shall annually provide proof to the city clerk of liability insurance and policy of at least $100,000 for the benefit of the public safety. And whenever the dog leaves its keeper or owner's property, it must be muzzled and restrained on a leash no longer than 6 feet or confined in an escape-proof enclosure. E, appeals in accordance with MGL Chapter 140, Section 157. Within 10 days after an order is issued this section, the owner or keeper of a dog may bring a petition in the district court within the judicial district in which the order relative to the dog was issued, or where the dog is owned or kept, addressed to the justice of the court, praying that the order be reviewed by the court or a magistrate of the court. Then we're going to go down to section 4.2. We're going to add 4 and strike 1 for dog fouling. We are going to remove on A. We're going to go from or to any and a couple of commas. On B, a couple of commas, and we're going to add any. And then on D, we are going to add by the ACO, and we're going to strike by animal control. And then we're going to add to owners and keepers with a capital K. We're going to strike under E, authorized enforcement personnel, City of Gloucester Police Department, and animal control officer. We are going to strike G, a little hard to read with the green severability. The provisions in this section are severable, and if any of the provisions of the section shall be held unconstitutional, otherwise invalid by any court in component jurisdiction, the decision of such court shall not affect or impair any of the remaining provisions. Under H, we are going to go to a capital O on owner, a couple of commas. Then we are going to go on to section 4.2. We're going to add 5 and strike 2 and add dog licenses. And under A, we're going to, dog licenses shall be obtained each year pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 140. Applications and licensing shall be in accordance with MGL, Chapter 140, Section 137, 137A. A person maintaining a kennel shall obtain a kennel license each year pursuant to MGL Chapter 140. Anyone who owns or boards more than 4 dogs within the city of Gloucester must apply and obtain a kennel license. This requirement shall not apply to medical boarding by a licensed veterinarian practice or the city of Gloucester. Under C, we're going to strike revised fees for dog licenses effective beginning 2013. We're going to add fees for dog license. We're going to add D and strike B, and we're going to get a comma. We're going to strike effective April 30th, 1993. We have a change to a capital for owner. Under E, we have kennel fees. The fee for a kennel license is $100. The owner shall pay a penalty of $25 for any dog whose license fee has not been paid by April 30th of the current license renewal year. We're adding F. All licenses are subject to a processing fee of $2.75. We're going to add G and strike C. Then we're going to go into add in Section 426, enforcement, additional remedies, consistency with the state law, severability. A, enforcement. In addition to any other means of enforcement, the provisions article and the regulations adopted pursuant thereto may be enforced by non-criminal disposition in accordance with the provisions by this bylaw in Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 21D. The Gloucester Police Chief or his designee, the ACOs, and any Gloucester police officer shall have authority to enforce the provisions of this chapter. Citations shall be referred to the district court if ignored, unless they are appealed under the laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. B, the provisions of this article shall not apply to any person or organization who owns, keeps, or maintains any dog as part of a canine corps for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts or any of its political subdivisions while actually engaged in the performance of official duties. C, orders that the ACO and the hearing officer, any orders of confinement, muzzling, or disposition issued by the ACO or the hearing authority may be in addition to the fines authorized by this chapter. D, non-waiver of statutory remedies. The provisions of this chapter are intended to be in addition to and not in lieu of those contained in Mass General Law, Chapter 140, Section 136A, ET, SEQ, as amended by Chapter 193 of Legislative Acts of 2012. Nothing contained in this chapter shall deprive the city from employing the remedies provided in those sections, including but not limited to disposition of a dog found to be a dangerous dog or a nuisance dog, as provided in Mass General Law, Chapter 140, Section 157, as amended to the maximum extent possible. The provisions of this chapter shall be deemed to be consistent with and or supplementing those contained in Mass General Law, Chapter 140, as provided in Mass General Law, Chapter 140, Section 136A, ET, SEQ, as amended. We're going to strike G, add E, severability. The provisions in this strike section chapter are severable, and if any of the provisions of this section should not be held unconstitutional or otherwise invalid by any court of competent jurisdiction, the decision of such court shall not affect or impair the remaining provisions, and I so move.
Second.
Again.
Good job, Counselor. Whoa.
Well done.
Counselors, is there discussion on this? Counselor Grow.
I have a question on 425, Section D. If we could look at that, I think it conflicts with E. Joanne, can we bring that up? Unless I misread it. 425, one page up. The other way, yeah. I think it has to do with the late fees. You get late penalty. The owner shall pay a penalty of $10 for any dog whose license fee has not been paid by April 30th of the current licensing year. And then right below it, you say the owner shall pay a penalty of $25 for any dog whose license fee has not been paid by April 30th of the current licensing renewal year. It seems to me that's in conflict, and we should lose the $10 and keep the 25.
No, that's on the kennel fee. Okay.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I
The other
misunderstood.
one is- Yeah, that's on the kennel fee.
Okay, never mind then. We're good. Thank you.
All right.
Council Worthley.
Thank you. I was going to make a joke that I didn't hear Councilor Nolan want him to repeat it, but it's not really that funny. This is should have been asked in the questions, and I didn't think of the question before then, so maybe I can put in the form, play Jeopardy and put in a form of an answer. There are human beings who don't know they live on private roads, and I'm certain there are dogs and other animals that don't know that they're on private roads. Is this enforceable on public and private roads? I don't know who could answer that question.
So, Councilor Nolan.
We did have this discussion, and it's a safety issue, and it's the same as a safety issue on a private road with a driving infraction. You're responsible for your dogs. It's a private road that's open for public access. So what I've gotten out of legal in the past and recently is that it encompasses it's Gloucester. So if you're able to access the dog or the dog have access, you should just contain your dog. It should be on your property. It should be leashed at all times. So your backyard's not Becker Circle. Becker Circle is a private road with public access, and people are allowed to use that. So that I'd imagine that would be the same route. The question did come up, I know, because of I believe it was Yeo County Way down off of Rust Island.
So the answer is yes. This local ordinance is enforceable on public roads and private roads as well. Thank you.
Councilor Gross.
Yeah, I mean, it's if you're talking about private property rights, you only on private roads, personally owns in front of their, what's in front of their property. So they don't own, further down. So it's like, just like in a neighbor's yard is also private property. The private, as you walk past your property line, you no longer own that. So it's pretty much applicable, just like it would be on any private property if your dog invaded it.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor O'Neill.
Yes, hi. On section 424, 4-24, A, B, C, D, E, F, you eliminated G, but you didn't change H to G.
That is just a clerical error. So
Okay, that's it.
It would just have to be, renumbered again.
That's it. Thank you.
Councilor O'Hara.
I just want to go back to Councilor Worthley on private road and Councilor Gross comment. And as Councilor Nolan said, this was an incident on Rust Island and Yeo County Road and in that neighborhood of Rust Island Crafts Road of dogs off leash. And the city solicitor went back and forth as this is fairly recent that a dog on a private road. So I guess I have to challenge Councilor Gross. So for instance, if you own the road passes your house and it's a private road for public use, that road would be considered this law would be applicable. So your dog would still need to be on a leash on that private road, even though it does pass in front of your house. And I know that's confusing, but it was an issue that just came about within the last few months. And we went back and forth with the city solicitor on this. So I'm not an attorney and I'm certainly not the city solicitor, but I think what Councilor Worthley is asking has there's some merit, and we possibly need some clarification from the city solicitor versus us batting this back and forth and really not having the right answer.
Councilor Gross.
Yeah, no, I'm in agreement. I was just saying that it's like what's in front of your house is tantamount to your private property, but you have no rights beyond that. So I'm in agreement with you, Counselor. I was not disputing that. I was in agreement with it.
Councilor Nolan.
I would like a little further elaboration on this as well, but it's actually not part of what's in front of us on that specific. So I think that we can still put forward the motion in front of us and come back with another
clarification
way of asking our city solicitor for this information at another time to clarify that, because I don't think anything in front of us talks about private road versus public road on these amendments and changes.
I'm going to take a gamble, and if it's going to take a long time, I will withdraw it. But I'd like to amend section 4-3, feeding or disturbing wildlife, section A. No person shall disturb, harass, harbor, or feed directly or indirectly by inserting turkeys. And I so move.
Second.
Second, I think I heard Councilor Worthley. So let me just tell you what my feeling is there. If you're feeding, if you got bird food in a bird feeder and the turkeys are just sitting underneath it, it's one thing, but I really think that turkeys are a nuisance. They can endanger cars, and if people are throwing food on the side of a road, which I've seen done before, and all of a sudden there's 10 and 15, and now you got babies there and everybody's stopping and you go in 2 lanes on Washington Street, it's dangerous and they're a public nuisance. So I just would like to ask that you consider supporting my amendment, but if it's going to take a long time, it's not worth it. There's a motion, a second on the amendment to the main motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Council Memard?
Yes.
Council Nolan?
Yes.
Council O'Hara?
Yes.
Council O'Neill?
Yes.
Council Worthley?
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross?
Yes.
Council Grow?
Sure.
Council Marjota?
Yes.
Great, the yeses have it, so the amendment
So no
is
fat
accepted.
turkeys.
So we're back to Council Nolan's motion with that one amendment. Further discussion, councilors? Councilor O'Hara.
On page 12, kennel fees. Let's see, item E. It says the dog can be, or the owner can be fined $25. And this is a question, not so much. It doesn't say how many times the owner can be fined $25. If the dog owner does not license his or her dog, can, in a year, can the owner be fined $25 daily, $25 a week, a month?
Joanne, do you have any thoughts? You're muted.
I'm sorry. Is it under kennel fees, Council Nolan?
Yeah, O'Hara, and it's on
Oh,
12E.
Councilor
Let's
O'Hara.
see.
Okay.
Yeah, 12E, kennel fees. The fee for a kennel license is $100. The owner shall pay a penalty of $25 for any dog whose license fee has not been paid by April 30th of the current licensing renewal year. So my question is, how many times can that dog owner receive a penalty of $25?
I believe it's for 2 years, because what happens is we're doing it now, regardless of the kennel fee or not. If you do not license your dog from the previous year and you want to license it this year for this current year, there is in the code of ordinance that you have to pay the previous year, the license plus the $10 fee plus the current license. So it would be a total of $50.
Council Nolan.
I think what Councilor Harris is trying to ask here is how often can the dog officer give a citation for an unlicensed dog? And I think that would be like any other violation. If you litter every day, you would get a fine every day. The fee for what you're referring to, Joanne, would be when you go to register your dog, you have to pay last year's fee to have it. But I think the fee structure based on every other part of it is it can be, you can be fined every time that you're found doing it wrong daily, I'd imagine. That's
Yeah,
enforcement.
I think we need clarification, because
Well,
that, you know, if that penalty is $25 a day and the dog officer finds that a dog is not licensed on a Friday at 1 o'clock, that owner cannot license that dog until Monday morning at 8 at, you know, the time City Hall opens. So that gives the dog officer, you know, 3 bites at the apple, so to speak. And the owner can be fined $75.
I think you're confusing the citation with the fee. If the dog officer issues a citation, that is completely different from this fee. So you would have to pay the citation what the dog officer issues, and plus to license the dog. So it's 2 completely different things, I think, if I'm understanding correctly.
I'm just trying to get clarification on the actual verbiage. It's not clear, and I see this as being a major problem because it's not clear. It doesn't define what, you know, it defines a penalty of $25. It doesn't define the window of time that $25 can be enforced by the ACO or the whatever the dog officer is now referred to as.
Council Grow.
And can we refer back? Can we repeat what section you're looking at, Councilor O'Hara?
Yeah, on page 12, section
Can we
E.
put this up on the screen so we can all?
425?
Page 12 E.
Section
The last page.
425. That's the one I asked about earlier, which was it's a late fee, not a citation. It's a late fee for
For not
doing your thing. It's not a citation from the dog officer.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I still question. I can see that as being.
Well, we don't do multiple day late fees, do we?
Yeah, it's happening. It's happening.
Can I just clarify, Councilor O'Hara? The late fees are collected by, this fee would be collected by the city clerk's office. What you're referring to as someone not licensing their dog, that is a citation that is given out by animal control or any citation, okay? And that is not handled by the city clerk's office. That is handled through the animal control, and it's paid to the treasurer's office. So I think we're talking about two different things. This is the late fee for the kennel license. What you're talking about, I believe, is what the animal control issues as a citation.
We okay?
Thank you.
Counselor O'Neill.
Could we change the verbiage? It says kennel fees, the fee for a kennel license is $100. Could we change the owner to the kennel shall pay a late fee of $25 for any dog whose license has not been paid by April 30th? Is that difficult to do? I mean,
The kennel license is issued to the owner.
so the owner of the kennel.
Yes.
So can we say the owner of the kennel shall pay a penalty as opposed to the owner of the dog? So it's clear, the owner of the kennel shall pay a late fee. Would that be more clear?
Don't we have that in definitions?
I don't know.
Yes. Yeah, kennel's defined.
Yeah, so I think we're all set, Counselor. On the first page under section 4-1 definitions.
Yeah.
We outlined the definition of kennel and kennel license, so.
Right, but the owner of the kennel shall pay a late fee, I think would be more clear, right? As opposed to the owner of the dog, whatever. We don't want to do it, that's fine.
It is under kennel fees, so it is on a kennel.
Okay.
It's whatever the council, wants to do, but it does say kennel fees and it says the owner, so it's the owner of the kennel. But whatever, if the council wants to amend that, that's fine with me.
Counselor Worthley's had his hand up patiently, and then Counselor Gross.
Thank you, and I'm patient. Could we have a clarification on why Crab Beach is being deleted? I think it was already decided in the past, this might be cleaning up, but I want to understand that.
Let's see.
It's further down, it's on the beach section.
Yeah.
Moved it.
The question was, why are we eliminating?
Just moved to the beach section.
No, it just moved. It's still there. It's just, we just moved it.
Okay.
I don't want to speak for Madam Clerk. You're the one that's spent the most time. So do you want to answer Council Worthley's question?
We moved it because some of these, they renumbered the sections and some of these amendments were put in the incorrect sections. So if you go at 416A, okay, dogs allowed on public beaches at certain times, D, Crab Beach is there. Dogs shall be allowed on Crab Beach off leash at all times, subject to the enumerated conditions contained in 416A, which is this section. It's in that section.
Okay, thank you.
I think Councilor Gross had his hand up, and then Councilor Grow, and then Councilor O'Hara.
I think Councilor Grow's question originally was the correct question, that we're charging twice here for a license or a dog, an unlicensed dog. It really has nothing to do with the kennel. It's just that the owner didn't license the dog. It just happens to be in a kennel. So it's on the owner, not on the kennel owner. And I think that we are trying to do this. I think Councilor Grow's question originally was the correct question of why are we doing this twice here to the same, for the same issue.
Can I add to that very quickly?
Go ahead.
I think that if you said that the late fee for applying for the kennel license was $25, then that would satisfy that, with the late fee for the dog licensing remaining at $10. Because it is contradictory. You're not licensing a dog, one dog or a kennel's worth of dog. You're paying the $10 late fee for that, but the kennel license should be $25 for that late fee. So if you you have a kennel's worth of dogs, say you have 4 dogs, you apply for a kennel license, you're going to pay $40 for the unlicensed dogs and $25 for the kennel license. Late fees.
You're gonna have a kennel with 5 dogs.
Okay, 5
Okay.
dogs, fine.
Kennel was 5 dogs. This was vetted by the legal department and she put this in. Okay, so
the owner of the kennel should pay a late fee of $25, like I said.
Let's skip out the owner. That adds a confusion to it.
okay. So what you're saying is that on the kennel fees, it should not be $25.
No, I'm saying it shouldn't be. You shouldn't be putting a late fee on the dog because you've got a late fee up above it for the $10. Because if the dog's not licensed up there, it's also not licensed for the kennel.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to have a late fee for the kennel license, you can add a $25 late fee for the kennel license, regardless of how many dogs are or are not licensed in the home or whatever. So does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, whatever the council decides, it's up to you. As long as the dogs are licensed, whether they do a kennel license or individually.
Right. So they would be covered under the kennel license. They would be covered under the regular license. They'd have to get regular licenses, and then you'd have to get a kennel license.
Yes.
And each of those should have a late fee. So eliminate the dog.
You want to amend it?
Yeah, but I'd have to look at it.
Okay.
Let Tony amend it. He was the one who brought it back up.
Tony, do you want to try amending it so we can move forward? Because we still have a lot.
I have a question for Joanne. Joanne, I have 5 dogs in my home. I don't, I have 1, but I have 5 dogs in my home. Do I get a kennel license and do I license every individual dog?
So the kennel
Or do I
license,
just get a kennel license?
so the kennel license is, well, let's go back to kennel.
It's
Okay.
separate.
It's separate. You have to pay $100 for the kennel license. And what it does, it gets kennel.
It's section 4-1 definitions.
A special kennel license issued to the kennel, which allows payment of a single fee covering all dogs in the kennel. Okay, so you pay the $100 and it covers all dogs in the kennel.
Up to 5. Oh no, as many as
No,
you have. Right.
5 and over. Okay, so 5 and over, you can have 4. So and then we give you a special tag because it's a kennel license.
Right, so each dog gets a special tag. So you pay the $100, you can have 5 dogs or 10 dogs, you pay $100 and you get. And so then if you do, you're not a commercial operating kennel, you're just a home with.
That's just like a personal kennel.
With more dogs. All right, then this all makes sense then. Because the kennel owner is also the dog owner. So this makes sense.
Okay, are we ready to move the question, counselors? Counselor Grow and then Counselor O'Hara.
Just want to point out that one of the last goldfish ever won under the old ordinances that allowed fish as game prizes is still alive upstairs in my daughter's room 7 years later. Anyway, that's it.
Counselor O'Hara.
On page 10D, section I, fifth line down, and this is more a practicality just from my construction experience. It notes that bottom edge of fencing embedded in the concrete. That is not normal construction techniques for either concrete or building a chain link fence, number 9 gauge. You hardly ever see chain link fence embedded in concrete. So I think striking embedded is important because it's not practical.
So do you want to move to amend this by
Yes.
striking embedded? Okay, Councillor O'Hara would like to strike embedded. Is there a second?
Second.
Council Worthley seconded. Is there discussion on the amendment? Is everybody clear? Council Worthley?
I think the intent is that we don't want dogs that can escape from underneath these fences. Is there a reason? And I think I'll defer to Councilor O'Hara to say flush with the concrete floor or something that makes it level.
That's correct.
So would you accept a friendly amendment to add, is flush the right word to use?
Yeah, probably your intent is good. We probably want to put, within you want to put a distance, an inch. Chain link fence shall be within an inch of the concrete and shall be taut between the fence posts, because you don't want a chain link fence that's can move back and forth.
Right. I'll defer to your construction experience. So I would second a friendly amendment if that's how it works.
Can you repeat that, Councillor O'Hara?
Chain link fence shall be within 1 inch of the concrete, and the chain link fence shall be pulled taut so that the deflection within the chain link is less than 2 inches left to right.
And I'll second that.
Just keeps it tight.
Okay, are we clear on where this is going, councilors? Okay, Councilor Nolan, on the amendment.
I don't know if Joanne can answer a question, but I think that the rules that that we have in this were adopted from the state on what they wanted for the pen, with the concrete and the fence being together. So, I mean, it doesn't really matter to me much, but I thought that we did copy some rules that the state had in play on that, on construction.
This was legal. This whole section about the vicious dogs was legal, and most of this ordinance update is based on the 2012 Mass General Law that was passed. Whether the dimensions of the chain link fence are in that Mass General Law, I would have to go back and read it, unfortunately.
All right, because I know that it was under the vicious dogs, and this is was ordered containment by the ACO. So it's not like you're keeping your dog in your yard with a fence. This is for a vicious dog.
Jamie, do you want to withdraw this, or do you want to just keep like discussing this? I mean, it's
well,
I'm just wondering how important this is to the concept of what we're trying to do here.
Well, I think from the practicality standpoint, we need to have an ordinance which is, in this case, is buildable. Otherwise, I've never, what is written, I've never seen, unless it's a mess up. That's never, it's not designed that way. Even, I mean, yeah, it's putting chain link fence embedded, and I just hate to create an ordinance that, it's not realistic. But it's up to the will of the council. However you'd like to proceed, it's fine by me.
Council Worthy, your hand is raised.
Yes, I see no reason why we couldn't add this in. If our ordinance is a little less strict than state law or the guidance we've been getting, as Councilor Harris says, this isn't practical, but what we wouldn't want is an animal control officer finding someone for their chain link fence not being embedded into the concrete, because it seems, as he's saying, impracticable. So I have no objection to voting for this amendment to I think the intent is clear, but embedded is a very different construction process. It's like building a prison, and I don't think that's what we're trying to do here. So I would vote for this.
So for the amendment for Councilor O'Hara, as he noted. All right, so this is on the amendment, everyone. Is everyone clear on the amendment? Councilor Gross.
A couple of things. We can't go less than state law. That's, you know, that's a given, but also I completely agree that embedded in concrete, I saw that and that took me by surprise, but it also does not surprise me that the state law would have that in it. So I'm inclined to leave it alone because that's probably exactly where it came from. I would not be at all surprised them having no clue that you don't put, you know, you don't embed that into, because you're just going to create a line of rot there that's going to make even a bigger problem. So, but I would not be at all surprised. I can't find it in the law. I've been trying to find it,
I'm
but I
looking
can't
for
find
it
it.
too.
Okay, so any further comments on the amendment?
If needed, we can always further modify it at a future date.
Right. So let's vote on the amendment. Everyone's clear on the amendment. It was exactly what Councilor O'Hara said. I don't think we have to repeat it. So on the amendment, Councilor Memard.
Yes.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara.
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross.
Yeah.
Councilor Grow.
Sure.
Councilor Majota. Councilor Majota.
Sorry, yeah.
So the yeses have it on the amendment to the main motion, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Now we're back to the main motion. So we've added turkeys and we've removed embedded and we have that new comment. So that's what we're voting on now. Any further discussion on this animal control ordinance? Councilor Worthley.
Yes, Madam Chair, I see a member of the public, Jane Fox Dobson, with her hand raised. I know we've made exceptions to the public hearing rules. I just didn't know if you noticed that she was there.
I think at this point we need to move forward.
Okay.
Unless there's an objection with everybody, do we want to do? I mean, I think we're good on this. So let's vote. Councilor Memard.
Yes.
Councilor Nolan.
Yes.
Councilor O'Hara.
Yes.
Councilor O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilor Worthley.
Yes.
Councilor Gilman, yes. Councilor Gross.
Yes.
Councilor Grow.
Yes.
Councilor Majota.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you, Joanne, and thank you, Sean, and thank you, Suzanne. This was a huge housekeeping matter, and the level of detail is huge. And I think our conversation and our attention to detail and going through this was very helpful. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I just want to note we're 4 hours and 20 minutes into this meeting and our attendance is increasing. We've gone from 26 to 27 people. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see 16.
That's total.
Oh, total. Okay. All right. Sorry. Okay, it's public hearing 2023-024, amend Gloucester Code of Ordinances, Chapter 3, Amusements, Article 2, License, Section 3-15, Required, and Section 3-18, Fees.
I'd like to open the public hearing, and I'll ask Madam Clerk to describe what this is, and then we'll see if members of the public want to weigh in.
So I brought this forward to amend the street performer license. What it is limiting by adding the hours of operation. We didn't have hours of operation in our code of ordinances. And sometimes some street performers will like to go till 10 o'clock at night, especially on Main Street and where it's a mixed use residential. We usually, through the licensing commission, just approve it till 8 o'clock at night, unless it's part of a block party, then that's the organizers. They're under the organizers umbrella. That's the First Amendment. And then the Second Amendment for permits. And, you know, this has been in the ordinance for years. It says entertainment for each day is $5. It's very impractical to collect the fee of $5 each day when you don't know when a street performer is going to be out there because of inclement weather or personal reasons. So this was vetted by the licensing commission. We approved a new application and just had the street performer fee of straight $25. We researched other communities around the area, and it was mostly $25 for the fee, and that would be like from when it was issued to the end of the year. So it's a calendar year. So I would just ask that we update this portion of the ordinance for street performers.
Thank you. Any members of the public like to speak? We now have 14 attendees. Seeing none, are there any correspondences, Madam Clerk?
There are none.
Councilors, do you have any questions?
Yeah.
Councilor Grow.
Okay, so I appreciate the clarification. That's a $25 fee for the calendar year. We should probably amend that to include that, because the carnivals for each ride are $10 for the time that the carnival's in. I'm going by what's under the fees here, because I was struck by $25. Initially, I thought that was per day, and I thought that was pretty extreme for a busker, given the fact that most of them barely make $25 to $50 a day. It seemed pretty high for a fee. But we have circuses for $10. So the entire circus is only $10. And we have circus games for $15. But are those fees per event or per day, or how do those work?
On the carnival?
Well, there's a circus for $10. Is the entire circus $10?
We no longer have circuses.
Well, maybe one day we'll get circuses back again. Anyway.
If you look, I don't have the ordinance in front of me, but if you look further up, doesn't it say about licenses and that are annual licenses?
I'm just looking at I have 315 required juggler, street musicians, and other such street performers shall be required.
Yeah.
Whether or not, no, it says nothing about an annual license on.
I think you have to go up a little further.
Okay, I don't have that available to me.
Yeah, in the ordinance, it does say annual, but if you like to amend that and put annual, that's fine with me.
I think I would like to do that, just so it's clear, because otherwise it looks very, very expensive.
Okay.
So
the amendment.
Go ahead. All right, so we're not there yet.
Yeah.
We're still in the public hearing. So that was a question. That's where we are at. Are there any further questions before we close the public hearing? Council Worthley.
Thank you. So I didn't know this was really a problem, but do we have street performers who aren't part of other events? They just start playing? And if so, are they in violation of this ordinance by not getting a permit beforehand? I mean, and who enforces this? Right? I pull out an acoustic guitar, I start playing on a Saturday afternoon or night. Have I done something illegal by not getting a permit?
Depends on your music.
Right, if you're any good or not. That's
what was I going to say? It's permitted by the licensing commission. Right now, we don't have any. We have 2 requests that they understand that the ordinance was being changed, and they have no problem when this ordinance is passed for us to approve them. Usually what happens, it's mostly they come before us when the weather starts getting better, because no one's out there in the winter busking. And so it's mostly they want to play on Main Street, or some of them want to play on their private property, type public-private property. We don't have many. If you're part of a special event, you do not have to get this permit because you're under that umbrella of the special event. But if you just want to be a street performer, you know, any given day of the year, then you would come before the licensing commission for permission.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Grow.
So that brings up to the question, you can't just be a casual person who shows up in Gloucester and says, I want to busk today, can I get a permit for the day? You would have to go to the licensing commission and all that, so you'd have to actually be put on the, I mean, that's
Yes.
a pretty high barrier for a street musician to have to go to simply throw a hat down and play their cello for a couple of hours.
It didn't bother Sewell Hayes.
Well, there you go. That yeah, I guess, I don't know. I just feel like it seems a bit extreme and a little unfriendly.
This has been in the ordinance for quite a bit.
I think the $5 a day doesn't bother me. I'm okay with that. I'm just thinking that the $25 per year that has to go through the licensing board just seems a bit ridiculous, frankly.
It's the licensing commission. It's not the licensing board, it's the licensing commission.
Oh, okay. Explain the difference here.
Okay, so the licensing commission is the commission that was created with a special act, and it's the members of the police chief.
Oh, right. The special event licensing commission. Even
Yes.
that's once a month.
No, we meet as an on-need basis. We don't meet regularly because we don't have things that come up to us regularly.
So if Johnny Busker shows up on a Monday, he can ask for you guys to meet and give him a permit?
No, because I need 48 hours to post an agenda. It's a public, it's a public meeting.
No, it just seems so a lot.
So councilors, without objection, Jane Fox Dobson has her hand raised right now, and we haven't closed the public hearing. And if she has been on the call now for 5 hours, without objection, I'd like to let her speak on this. Is there any objection on that? Seeing none, Jane, why don't you come on in and you can speak to us for up to 3 minutes in favor or in opposition to this. Name and address, please.
Jane Fox Dobson. No, I had a question on that because if you have an ordinance on dogs, I have no dogs, but it's great to have the license, and I know they're supposed to have a rabies shot. But how are you checking if they have a rabies shot? I was actually nipped in Stage 4 Park by a dog. Luckily, I had gloves on, so it didn't penetrate my skin. They had a license on tag, but no rabies shot tag. And how would you control that if you have a kennel?
Jane, we are on a new public hearing now. So, you know, what I would suggest is that you call your ward counselor and they can look into your issue. If that makes sense.
No, I had kept my hand up. That's all. I had shut it.
Okay. I'm sorry. I was just.
It was still up there. It was just still up there. So I apologize.
Okay. We were just impressed that you were still with us and trying to be heard. So thank you. Okay. So I think we're ready to close the public hearing. I'm going to hit my gavel now. Public hearing is closed. Is there a committee report?
On a motion by Councilor Majota, seconded by Councilor Gross, the Ordinance and Administration Committee voted by roll call, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, to recommend that the City Council amend the Gloucester Code of Ordinances, Chapter 3, Amusements, Article 2, Licenses as follows. Section 315, and it's going to be by adding the hours of operation shall be from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. I'll read the whole thing because it's not that big of a deal. So C, jugglers, street musicians, and other street entertainers shall be required to be permitted through the licensing commission under the article with fee as specified in section 3-18B and 3, whether or not remuneration is received as payment or donation, but shall not be permitted on Western Avenue from the tavern to the intersection with Huff Ave, excluding the city sanctioned events by adding the hours of operation shall be from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Section 3:18, fees. Permits that follow the fees shall be charged for permits by deleting entertainment for each day, $5, by adding street performer, $25. And I so move.
Second.
Did Council Grow ask to add annual to that?
He did, but
Yes,
Well,
amendment.
we finally did. I guess I'm not seeing any place in here that says annual on the licensing in general 3-1. So I'm not. I would move that we amend that to be $25 annual or calendar year license fee.
Second.
Seconded by Council Nolan, on the amendment. Roll call vote. Is there a discussion before we do a roll call vote? Seeing none, Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
Yes.
Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes, Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota.
Yes.
The amendment passes, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Now back to the main motion. Any further discussion, councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote. Council Memard,
Yes.
Council Nolan,
Yes.
Council O'Hara,
Yes.
Council O'Neill,
Yes.
Council Worthley,
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes, Council Gross,
Yes.
Council Grow,
Yes.
Council Majota.
Yes.
The yeses have it, 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you, Joanne.
Read the buskers.
Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Public hearing 2023-015 to amend Gloucester Code of Ordinances, Chapter 21, Streets, Sidewalks, and Other Public Places, Section 21-1, prerequisite to acceptance of ways.
I would like to open the public hearing. So let me just hold on just a second. So, councilors, this particular order was done. I worked with Suzanne Egan on this, and it was as a result of the work of our task force. Councilor Nolan joined me in this. And the first thing that was apparent is that there needs to be a petition that's signed by 100%. Oh, wait a sec. Wait a sec.
Yeah.
Yep.
Am I still here?
Yeah.
Why
We
did
see
this?
We see you, Val.
This is really weird. It's going through all this cyber security right now, which is very weird. All right.
Oh, we lost you. John, you're up.
It's really weird. All right, so I'm back. So anyway, the first thing was that the petition was to be signed by 100% of the abutters, because if you live on a private road and you want to be considered to be public, everyone on a private road has deeds, and so it either needs to be everybody supporting it or not. And then the petition needs to include the number of abutting parcels on the road and the length of the road. And then on map geo location of the road. And that we also wanted to include a statement as to how the road meets any or all of the criteria. And that's where we added a connection to public park, playground, public landing, other similar public property, which is open to the public. B, a crossroad or has crossroads between public roads. C, a connection road to a private attraction or public venue. D, the fastest and most effective thoroughfare for public safety vehicles to access other streets. E, a road that has the capacity for installation of public utilities. And F, the unanimous commitment of abutters to better the cost of installing public utilities simultaneous to the city's commitment to permanently pave the street. And that was the balance of what this particular order was. And so let's open the public hearing for comments. It's already open. I already opened it. I spoke first. I'm sorry.
You got Roe.
Let me just, participants. Okay, we have Ro, if you would introduce yourself and state your name, and we're looking for participation of up to 3 minutes on this matter.
I believe I had my hand held up high for the entertainment thing. It wasn't for this. You already voted on it, so I guess it's a dead matter. So that's the end of it. Rosalie Lentini, Western Ave, Magnolia. Thank you.
Okay, and just to let you know, we encourage you to give the clerk's office a call tomorrow or your ward counselor, and they will be happy to get an answer for your question that you might have.
Okay, no, it's about the entertainment. You had the thing on 8 o'clock. I lived on Main Street and it was a commercial only. I went to court on this and they told me that they could do whatever they want until the hours of 11 p.m. So by restricting them at 8 o'clock, I think that was pretty unfair. They should be able to go at least until 10 o'clock. That was my only add to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're back to the public hearing on this matter. Is there anyone that would like to speak in favor or opposition? Seeing none. Are there any questions? All right, I'm sorry, are there any correspondences, Madam Clerk?
There are none.
Councilor, questions? Let me get the gallery back. Let's see, I see Councilor Gross and then Councilor Worthley and then Councilor Gross. So Councilor Gross, you have the floor on questions.
All right, on part E. Part E. I don't quite understand that because a driveway has the capacity to install public utilities. So I don't quite understand. And then part F, could that be explained? Because it's kind of, I'm not sure what that means. So does it mean that if the residents have to pay a betterment before it gets accepted, or how does this affect it being accepted? I don't understand how that applies to that. But part E I don't get because almost anything is able to accept public utilities, water and sewer and gas lines go down driveways. So anyway, so yeah, if you can answer E and F, I question both of those.
Councilor Nolan, do you want to take a crack at that before I do? Because you chair O&A and.
Both E and F do have questions to them. Tony is 100% right that even a driveway has capacity for utilities, so that's a little bit confusing in this. And then the word and the unanimous commitment of abutters to better the cost of installing public utilities simultaneously with the city's commitment to permanently pave the street. That doesn't really answer anything in its statement as itself. I don't think that they really affect anything that's going on, and they don't really add to anything other than a little bit of confusion, especially in F.
So we could actually amend this by deleting E and F if that was the consensus.
I think I mean, I'd like to make a motion to delete A, E, and F,
Okay,
unless Tony wants to make that motion himself.
Have at it, Sean.
Second,
okay, so the motion is to
Point of order, point of order, point of order.
oh, we don't,
We're not there yet. We're
not
still in
even at the
questions.
public hearing. Thank
Yeah,
you.
we're not there yet.
Okay, so that was a good question, and it's going to elicit a possibility of an amendment once we close the public hearing. So, okay. Any other questions? Council Worthley and then Council Grow.
Thank you. I do have lots of questions about each of these, so I'm going to try to keep them focused on this one right now. How do we determine what is the fastest and most effective thoroughfare for a police car, for example, not knowing where they're coming from before that? Anybody?
So I would think that what we're talking about here is we're talking about a route that is necessary for emergency vehicles to get to a place, a destination in as short of time as possible. Because if that's the case, then there's a little bit more of a valid reason to consider that street as a possibility for a conversion from private to public roads. Councilor Nolan, do you have anything to add to that?
Well, I think that the idea was a traffic pattern that would be fastest for emergency vehicles. But in reality, if you're, say, on Bass Avenue, there's an emergency on Beach Road, at some point it may be faster to continue down Bass Avenue, but you may also go up Brightside Ave. So it would depend on what is happening. You can't really use an emergency response vehicle as part of that, because if the fire department is coming from returning to a call somewhere, they may take a different road. If it's a standard call that's dispatched from the fire department, there may be a quicker route that they would do. But on police, there's no standard position for their location. They're always around and moving. So it's difficult to say that, but as a stand-in route for a fire department, maybe there's a quicker way for it. But I think it's hard to point out which way would be fastest in an emergency and using the criteria of a road, because you may have two different situations. It may depend on weather and anything else that's going on. So it's a tough question. It's just a tough question to answer.
If I may follow up with that.
Go ahead.
So I think Councilor Nolan made the point that it could be a police car, but it could be a fire truck coming back from one call and they get another call. I couldn't say my street is more likely a thoroughfare than another street. So I just think it'd be hard standard to even measure. So I question that. How is private attraction letter C, is that defined anywhere in the other or anywhere else in the ordinance?
There's no definition of that. I mean, if you think we need to have a definition, we can certainly, you know, if it's the will of the committee, we could come up with a definition, or we could refer it back to O&A. I mean, this is just to help us out. And, you know, this particular order is in another thing to just in terms of the question. It says a statement in writing signed by the Director of Public Works, the mayor and the city auditor, stating that sufficient funds are on hand and will be allocated for placing such way in a safe condition for travel. And then we are inserting in a statement as to how the road meets any or all of the following criteria. So these criteria, we're just trying to get like a little supplement statement of how you're going to validate that this road might have a little bit more oomph to get considered as a public road based on these parameters. So I think it's more a conceptual thing, to be fair, because we want to have some criteria for how it is that we select what roads should be public after there's 100% buy-in from the abutters, right? So I don't know if that kind of helps a little bit.
It does. It also provides still some confusion. And I could say my home is a private attraction. It is for me, right? I mean, where do we draw the line on what is? I understand a public attraction is probably well defined somewhere. I don't know if that's in the ordinance book. I just want to make sure that we're not creating other problems without having it clarified. I'm not knocking the work that has been done, but it feels like there's some uncertainty still, at least for me. I have a few other questions and I'll be done, if I may.
So why don't so we're not really timing right now, as we've made a commitment to try to do that. So why don't you ask one more question, and then we'll pick someone else and then get back to you. Go ahead.
So I completely understand that we would never take a public road from people who didn't want to be taken, right? But I think to hold up the taking public road until 100% of the abutters sign off on something, I'd rather see some language that says if they don't respond in a certain period of time, because I think it's really hard to get 100% of anybody to do anything. And
so council, can you ask the question, because I'm thinking that this is starting to sound like deliberation. So what is your question? Because we're still in the public hearing.
My question is, what do we do when there's a vacant home, or someone who's sick, or someone whose home is tied up in probate court and can't make a vote to say, yes, I want my private road accepted as a public road? It creates legal uncertainty, and it could hold up everybody and could hold up a whole betterment project if we're waiting on one person. I don't know how else we can do it, but it creates a real life problem, which is not everybody responds unless we do the other way, which is if they hadn't responded in a certain period of time, and I don't know what that date is and how that's measured, but to say one vacant lot, for example, you can't find an owner, could hold up a street from being accepted as a public way, is just another barrier that I wish we didn't have. And I think this creates an additional barrier. So the question is, can we do it without 100%? Or reverse it, as if you don't respond at a certain point, it's considered a yes?
I would say, Suzanne Egan would say it needs 100%, because if you live on a street and you have a deed that says that you are, that you live on a private road and you do not wish to make your street public, then if there's one person on that street that doesn't want to do that, I would say that that's going to be a problem. Because, do you want that person to file a suit? I mean, this would be a question for Suzanne, but I'm just commenting that I think you need people to support this, because some people just don't want their road to become public, even if it means that their potholes can be fixed in the long term and everything else, because they have different reasons, and their deed is what drives this.
So I do understand that if somebody objects, we shouldn't say yes to accepting the road. But if they don't respond, it holds up all the people on the street. And so I wish there was some mechanism to say, or I'm asking, is there a mechanism we can say if they don't respond at a certain point of time, there's an assumptive answer? And I think this becomes we create another problem by trying to, I understand this is trying to be helpful, but I think it creates other issues. So I'd love to wait to get that answer.
Okay. Any other questions, councilors, on Councilor Grow?
Yeah, I got a couple quick ones. When it says a statement in writing signed by the Director of Public Works, the Mayor, and the City Auditor stating that sufficient funds are on hand and will be allocated for placing such way in safe condition of travel, my assumption is that is the funds by the abutting property owners have those in hand. But I mean, most of those projects are done by betterment, so I'm not entirely sure how it works that they have to come up with the money or show that they can come up with the money up front to do this. And it says in such a way in a safe condition for travel. Are there not specific requirements for, I mean, you don't get me wrong. I am in favor of trying to get as many private roads public as possible, because I think this is ridiculous. But does that is safe condition, is that satisfactory enough for it to be taken as a permanently public road and then put up for Chapter 90 funding and the whole rigmarole that goes with that? And then I guess I'll just throw in the final question, and it has to do with F, and that is, if a road is taken as public without installation of utilities done beforehand, would it be then obvious that the any utility work after that would be on the public dime and subject to public projects, which personally I think all utilities should be public projects. But I mean, if we lose F in that in the amending process, that's a moot point. But it seems to me that if we accept a public way or a private way as public, once it's accepted as public, then all the public utilities work that goes on after that fact is on the city's responsibility. Maybe, I don't know, I'm asking, but that's a big question mark at the end.
Yeah, it's a good question. Councilor Nolan, do you have any thoughts on that?
I can say that the city's not going to accept a road as a public way that's not been bettered. If it's not in ready to go shape, they're not going to accept it. I wouldn't vote to accept it. If it needed public utilities and it was a private road, if the city wasn't doing it, you'd want that to happen before it did. In the lease condition, the road surface should be in good condition before it's turned over, or else it's just transfer and stuff. The utilities, water, sewer and stuff, I agree with you, Jason. I believe that should be something everybody has. But I don't see the acceptance of roads that aren't in good shape.
That's fair. I agree with that. The question I had is that let's say that the utilities were already installed, as they are under a lot of private roads. The city accepts the road. Do they simultaneously accept the utilities and the sewer underneath those public roads? My argument would be, yeah, you accept the whole package. You can't have private utilities under public roads, and I mean, it gets to be a big, tangle of who owns what and who's responsible. Because
there is a large amount of roads that have easements, they have public utilities.
Right.
So there's private roads that have public utilities that the city has an easement for, they own.
But they're responsible for repairing those and then repairing the road above
the city. Right, the city will repair the utilities that are easement utilities. So I mean, we're talking high, mid 90% of the roads have utilities that are eased through easements to the city that are public owned utilities already. It's confusing. Scott and I are working a little bit on this right now, but the acceptance of a road right now, it comes down to the administration. It doesn't come down to us. The administration makes that decision, and it goes from there. So we're trying to put something in paper that gives a little bit of a standard to it that we're asking the administration to go with. But some of these questions that are coming up right now are definitely questions that I can't answer, and we probably need Mike Hale and Suzanne Egan to answer some of these questions.
So let me make a suggestion, councilors. We do have one person that has raised their hand, even though we're at the question part of the public comment. So without objection, should we let Dave speak, and then maybe we want to continue the public hearing, but refer this back to O&A with a vote for further discussion with the subject matter experts, if that makes sense. So without objection, may I ask Dave if he wants to participate in the public hearing? Dave, name and address. You have 3 minutes to talk to us.
David Sawyer, 16 Apple Street. I've been. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yep.
We can, David.
I've been doing a lot of looking around and how do I get my private road to be accepted as a public road? And basically I get from this, what you're doing here, you're trying to set those parameters. I don't think there's anything set in stone that says 100% of abutters of a road are required to approve. I do believe you need at least some of these towns and cities have 50% of abutters of a road are required to place an article on a warrant for a town meeting, or however you do it for an ordinance or whatever. And then you'd have your town meeting from there, I guess. And then, you know, who wants it, who doesn't want it, and then see if you could, you know, whatever you guys decided on that. As far as making it public from private. But there must be another way that you can pave a road that has all the utilities and is used on a constant basis, you know, other than going through all of this. You know, there should be some kind of, you know, that you either just take up a vote whether you do it or not. You know, so I just and I just don't understand how some roads are private and then the road next to it is public. And the road in my neighborhood that was the least road to needing to be paved was just paved, you know, and every other street in this neighborhood is a mess.
Right. See,
You know,
so we're getting a little bit off. We're getting a little bit off track here, but Corliss Ave is public, and that's why Corliss Ave was chosen.
I understand that.
So I completely understand your question, but I think we're going to be sending this back to O&A, Dave. So love to chat with you more about this, and then you'll be able to hear that being referred back. So one more hand is up, and then we're going to refer this back to O&A. Mary Ann, do you want to state your name and address? And
yes, Mary Ann Albert Boucher, 93 Mount Pleasant Avenue. I just a question that I know you can't answer right now, but in referring to making private roads public, there's a court behind my house that's private with public access, but I don't believe the road's width is big enough for a sidewalk. And do all public roads, must they have a sidewalk?
No, there's an exception in the ordinance for that.
But they do not have to?
They do not have to, no.
Okay, thank you so much. I was curious about that. Thank you.
Yeah. So now we're back. So now we're going to finish the questions from, let's see, Frank. Go ahead, Council. Oh, we have to move to continue this meeting. So, Council Majota, would you like to make that that motion?
I'd make a motion to extend the meeting till 11:30.
Thank you. And is there a second? Second by Council Worthley. Roll call vote. Council Memard.
Yes.
Council Nolan.
Yes.
Council O'Hara.
No.
Council O'Neill.
No.
Council Worthley.
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross.
Yes.
Council Grow.
Grudgingly. Yes.
Council Majota.
Yes, I made the motion.
Okay, the yeses have it. 9 in favor, 2 opposed. So we will continue until 11:30. What did I?
7 and 2.
7 and
2.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Yes, 7 and 2 makes 9. Thank you, Council O'Neill. So at this point, I'd like to continue the public hearing to a later date, but I would like to move that we send this back to O&A.
Second.
Second made by Council Nolan. Roll call vote. Council Memard. Council Nolan.
Yes.
Council O'Hara.
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
Yes.
Council Worthley.
Yes.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross.
Yeah.
Council Grow,
Yeah.
Council Majota.
Yes.
Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you. And we will send that back to, we will continue this back here, Joanne, on May 24th, after sending it back to O&A at the next O&A meeting. Is that?
I think it's May 23rd.
23rd.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the public hearing is continued until then. Thank you. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Public hearing 2023-016, amend Gloucester Code of Ordinance, Chapter 21, Street Sidewalks and Other Public Places, Section 21-81, permanent construction or repair.
So I'd like to open the public hearing and just make one quick statement on this. This is just a logistical statement that we would like added to this, and that is just one thing. We'd like to just add, consistent with Massachusetts General Law, MGL, the city cannot make permanent repairs to private roads using public funds. And that's right out of the Mass General Law. So we just want to be clear by putting that in. Right now, there was a link to it, but we think that it's important that everyone understands that law. So we were just adding that to this ordinance. So it's pretty simple. So the public hearing is open. Would anyone like to speak in favor or in opposition to adding that statement? We now have 12 attendees. Thank you all for staying with us so late. Right now we have Dave. Dave, would you come back on and speak in favor or opposition to that statement being added to this ordinance?
I believe I'd be opposed to that.
Okay, do you want to elaborate?
I just don't feel it's necessary.
Okay, thank you. Jane Dobson, would you introduce yourself and
Point of order.
oh, go ahead, Councillor O'Hara, state your point.
Yes, did we get a name and address of Dave?
Oh,
Yes,
I'm
we did.
sorry.
Dave just spoke, but yes, you're right.
It's Dave Sawyer and he lives on Apple Street. Thank you, Councillor O'Hara. I neglected to confirm that. I appreciate it. Jane, state your name and address, and you have up to 3 minutes to talk to our council.
Jane Fox Dobson. I'm opposed to that until you clarify what public funds are, because in my personal opinion, my taxes are private to me. They're the city's private bank account. They're not public. Public to me is more like if you get a state fund, or you get state sponsor or a co-loan or anything like that, to me is public, or a matching fee. But to me, my taxes are my bank account. They're the city's bank account and they're private. So I think you need to clarify what public funds are. I know there might be a definition, but there's no definition there. And I kind of disagree with the fact that you're saying public funds and you're not defining what public funds are. And to me,
thank you, Jane. And can you remind us what your address is, just for the record?
14 Becker Circle.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone else like to speak in favor or in opposition? Dave, your hand is still up. Can you take that down so I feel thank you. Anyone else like to speak in favor or in opposition? Seeing none, is there any correspondences, Madam Clerk?
There are none.
Council questions? Council Worthley.
Thank you. Sure. There are cities and towns in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts that do use public funds for private roads. What's the penalty if the mayor or future mayor decides to use public funds for private roads? Is that a state penalty, or now the city council issuing a penalty for violating the local ordinance?
It's illegal.
It's against the law. This is a law. It's
Well,
something
I'm-
that, when we were at the MMA conference and Councilor Gross and the mayor and I went to a lengthy seminar on this. All of us that were there were equally frustrated with the law, but it's the law. So
that wasn't my question. My question is, why are we making it a local law? Let's say, for example, tomorrow.
State law. We're just saying what the state law is. That's
Well, we're
it.
putting in a local ordinance. We're the local legislative body, so this is making it a local law now too. If the state law were to change tomorrow, then we have another barrier to spending taxpayers' money on private roads who are also taxpayers. So I don't know why we're adding another layer. That's what it feels like.
This is the key word here is the city cannot make permanent repairs to private roads using public funds. This is not temporary. This is permanent repairs.
Yeah, I understand what we're doing. We're adding a law that's a state law, putting in local law. And if the state law changes, we've got another barrier to providing services to taxpayers. So,
well, I don't think we would create a law locally that wasn't consistent with the state law.
I think we all took an oath.
I'm not saying we shouldn't be honoring the laws of the Commonwealth. I'm saying, why are we making it a local law as well? We don't have speed limits for the highway in our local laws. We don't have other state laws in our local ordinance. The state law is a state law.
Okay, so that was your question. Anyone else have any questions? Councilor O'Hara.
Thank you. The previous public hearing, this public hearing, I believe the next one are focused on private roads. And as we've heard, it's basically the people paving, fix my road. They're not looking for sidewalks. They're just looking to be able to drive safely. The city of Gloucester has accepted GL 40 section 6C and 6D, which allows for snow plowing and ice maintenance on private roads. But we haven't accepted section 6N. Section 6N, if I may, Council President, could I read section 6N?
Sure.
Okay. Section 6N is private ways temporary repairs ordinance or bylaws. Section 6N, cities and towns may by ordinance or by law provide for making temporary repairs on private ways, period. Such ordinance or by law shall determine A, the type and extent of repairs, B, if drainage shall be included, C, if the repairs are required by public necessity, D, the number of percentage of abutters who must petition for such repairs, E, if betterment charges shall be assessed, F, the liability limits of the city or town on account of damages caused by such repairs, G, if the ways shall have been open to public use for a term of years, and H, if a cash deposit shall be required for such repairs. This is a state statute that's on the books, and we've accepted others, C and D, but we've never touched N, which does allow for maintenance. And as far as repairs, who's to stipulate the extent of repairs? Is the extent of repairs a truck showing up with two DPW workers shoveling out asphalt into a hole, or a 12-foot paving box showing up?
Point of order. Is this a question period or deliberation?
Right, exactly.
No, I'm asking a question. That's my question.
I would say that if we have this level of questions right now, we should probably refer this back to O&A, because it just seems like this is not, if this is, if this is complicated to state a law, I don't want to deliberate. So let's deal with the process.
Madam
right now.
Chair?
Yeah,
Madam
go ahead,
Chair,
Councilor
can I-
Grow.
can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
It's obvious that despite the fact that you guys have already put in a ton of work on this, that there are questions for the entire council is asking. Maybe we should assemble a special meeting of O&A as a council of the whole, have our legal representation there and go through all three of these issues again, because, you know, Councilor O'Hara brings up the point about 6N, but that brings up potential, what's the word? Unintended consequences, because it allows for the charging of for repairs that we have. We're talking about doing the city repairs without charging neighbors. So I think we've got a lot of ambiguity here about what it is we're trying. I think we're all trying to accomplish the same thing, which is to get as many roads paved and repaired and passable as possible.
Yeah.
But we're stuck on a bunch of different tangents about what everything means. So if we could have a special O&A of the entire council, maybe that would be the way that we can handle this.
Yeah, and I think that's a great idea. So so I'm gonna the public hearing remains open, and what I would like to do is I move to refer this to an O&A meeting, which will be a council of the whole.
Second.
Roll call vote. Council member.
Could you just, I'm sorry, Val, could you just clarify when you say refer this, you're talking about
This refer
10, 11,
this.
and
Yeah, so let's just stick with this one now before we get to the next one, okay? But right now, this particular order, which is,
Number 10, PH 203.
let me just make sure that I've got the right one. Okay, it's public hearing 2023-016.
Yeah.
Amend GCO chapter 21. Okay, so that's what the motion is, to bring that back to O&A as a committee of the whole, and we can also include that first one to the committee of the whole as well, if without objection. Okay,
Can we do
Councilor.
the next one as well, number 11?
Yeah, but I want to open up that public hearing, Council Majota first, and then do the same with that, just from a technicality. So yes, so the motion's on the floor. We know what it is. We know the number, and we know that we want it to be a committee of the whole of O&A, and we know we want to have Mike Hale there, and we want to have Suzanne there. Okay, so roll call vote on the motion. Member Nolan.
Yes.
O'Hara.
Yes.
O'Neill.
Yes.
Worthley.
Yes.
Gilman. Yes. Gross.
Yes.
Grow.
Yes.
Marjota.
Yes.
Referral is successful. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Next order of business. In this public hearing will continue to the 23rd. Thank you. Next order of business, Madam Clerk. We're almost at the end, councilors.
Public hearing 2023-17, amend Gloucester Code of Ordinance, Chapter 21, Street Sidewalks and Other Public Places, Section 21-82, Temporary Repair.
Thank you. I'd like to open the public hearing, and I'd like to continue it to May 23rd. And I would like to refer, I move to refer this back to O&A as a committee of the whole. And I so move. Seconded by Council Nolan. Yes, Council Member, Council Nolan.
Yes.
Council O'Hara.
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
Yes.
Council Worthley.
Yes.
Council Gilman. Yes. Council Gross.
Yes.
Council Grow.
Yes.
Council Majota.
Yes.
Yes, let's have it. 9 in favor, 0 opposed. Thank you. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Next order of business is the Council Menard City Council statement regarding the Gloucester 400 celebration.
Council Memard.
You ready?
We do. We're ready.
2023 marks 400 years since the English Dorchester Company landed on our shores. Gloucester sits on the ancestral homeland of the Pawtucket people and their neighbors, the Massachusetts, Nipmuc, and Pennacook and Wampanoag tribes. Please enjoy the year-long and multiple events throughout 2023, most of which will be free or low cost. Visit gloucesterma400.org for a list of upcoming events. Like and share the Gloucester 400 Facebook page, and to receive major event notifications by email, send a request to info@gloucestermass400.org.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Counselor. Next order of business, Madam Clerk.
Council's request to the mayor.
Okay, in order of roll call, Council Memard.
No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Council Nolan.
All set tonight. Thank you.
Council O'Hara.
Thank you. I just want to ask, obviously it's, you know, the fire protection of Rust Island and up on White's Mountain, Thompson Road. I want to ask the mayor if he can put extra protection barricades around the two hydrants, the one hydrant for Rust Island, to protect them against being damaged by cars, because right now the hydrants on Concord Street are on the opposite side of the road, very close to the edge of the road. A car could hit one of those and damage it where they don't know that it's non-functional until the fire department exercises the use of it. So I think putting up protecting barriers on the two hydrants that protect White's Mountain and the one hydrant that protects Rust Island would probably be prudent. Also, I put in a request a few months ago for the mayor through the fire chief to look at purchasing a used tanker or tender for the fire department to provide a larger volume of water than what's on board a engine. So I just want to push that issue for the fire protection of those two neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor O'Neill.
Yes, I'd like to request the mayor. Request that the DPW repair or replace the sidewalk on Mason Street. This is my second request. Mason Street is the elderly from Central Grammar Apartments use that street to get to the grocery store, and they're walking in the street because the sidewalk is so cracked and broken. I'm afraid someone is going to fall and break a hip. They're using walkers, canes, and wheelchairs, and someone's going to get hurt. And I think it'd be a lot less money to fix the sidewalk than have another lawsuit. My second request is that the Gloucester 400 Club present a list of expenditures for the monies they received from the city. They're $100,000. I'd like to know what they spent it on, or how it's allocated or yet to be spent. I would like a list of that. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Worthley.
Yes, I'd like to commend all the people who worked really hard to make the Vietnam Memorial rededication possible, specifically Ruth Pino, Mike Hale, and the whole committee. It was a very solemn event, and I'm glad I was able to get there. Anybody who hasn't seen it should go by. It's really remarkable. I know the mayor had a big role in that too, and the prior mayor did too, so that's important. Everyone knows a budget process is starting. There's only 10 people left, but they're active. And sometimes we get questions about the budget after July 1st. This is the time to be looking at the budget as soon as the mayor releases it, and sharing questions that they may have with us to ask people. And the last thing is, I don't know what the rules are on ARPA funds. I think that it's required to be allocated by the end of 2024 and spent by 2025. I'm not sure if that's the right federal rule, but if the mayor has a list of the money he's either already spent or allocated, I think it'd be good to share that with the public. So that's what I'm asking for. That concludes my request to the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Gross.
I don't have any requests, but I just want to remind everybody that there's a great art show that's going to be at City Hall this weekend. The groupie, Robert Groupie and his family's legacy, his father, grandfather, uncle, mother. It's quite a talented family in many modes of art and music. So it's quite a good show. I highly recommend everybody come. It's 10 to 5, both Saturday and Sunday, and it's a free event for the 400th. And come downtown, have lunch, and go see a good art show, free art show.
Tony, when are you going to be giving the citation on behalf of us, just in case some of us want to come and hear
Friday
you?
night at 6.
Friday night?
Friday night, yeah, is the soft opening.
Okay.
All of us have been invited to.
Okay.
6.
Okay, thank you.
Groupie was a major highliner with the Scottish Saining.
Yes, and in fact, he sold me one of his Scottish Saints. I bought it. I was one of the pioneers with him.
Cool. Who has not? I'm just from a selfish standpoint. Who hasn't signed the card for Adam? We don't have to put this in the minutes, but Jeff, you haven't. Anybody else?
I didn't know we had one yet.
Not sign it? Okay, we were bringing it to subcommittee meetings this week. Anybody else not sign it? Because we'll try to get it to you. Sean? Okay.
Is it at the city clerk's office?
It is.
Okay, I can get them.
Okay, great, because I'd like to, have us have that card, whomever goes on Friday, I'm sure it will mean something to him. Anything else? That was Councilor Gross, right? Councilor Grow.
Yeah, two things very quickly. I was unaware tonight of how many areas were unprotected by fire hydrants. I'd like to request the mayor through the fire chief present a list of areas that are underserved or not served by fire hydrants and fire prevention fire hydrants, so that we can get a sense of where they need to go, what needs to be done in that regard. So that would be the first thing. The second thing is, last night at the Human Rights Commission, the Reverend Janet Parsons from the UU Church gave a presentation on another side of Gloucester's history that isn't quite so much in the news right now, but that had to do with the role of slavery in our development and economy. They have put together a website called capeannslavery.org, which focuses specifically on Gloucester and Cape Ann and the role of slavery in both the economy, local economy, and the development of Gloucester in general, but also in relation to the southern economy of slavery and cotton and mills. And with that, Wellspring House is having a celebration June 9th and 10th. The June 10th, which is free to the public, you have to register for tickets, is an exhibition of the Freeman House, which was as they refer to it, a prominent Black American family who owned and lived property where the Wellspring House is today. That house that is Wellspring now was owned by a freed Black family. And they are having an exhibition and interactive art programming. So if you're interested in that side of Gloucester's 400th history, it would be a worthy day out. And that is it. I would encourage you to check out the capeannslavery.org in general as a really interesting and compelling repository of a little bit of our less savory side in our history. I don't think you can have a full understanding of our history if you don't accept the bad with the good.
Thank you. Council Majota.
I just want to thank all the participants who showed up for the neighborhood meeting for the potential 100 Gloucester Ave project. I am working with meeting with the mayor as I hear their concerns, and that's pretty much it.
Thank you. And I have nothing to add except thank you all for being so prepared tonight. And we got through a heck of a lot of public hearings and it's appreciated. So motion to adjourn.
Second,
Everyone seconded. It's okay. We'll give it to everybody. Roll call vote. Council Memard.
Yep.
Council Nolan.
Yes, good night.
Council O'Hara.
Yes.
Council O'Neill.
yes.
Council Worthley.
Yes, and good night, everybody.
Council Gilman, yes. Council Gross.
Yes.
Council Grow.
Can I have Councilor Nolan come read me a bedtime story?
Council Majota.
Yes, and good night.
Good night, everybody. Thank you,
Night.
Joanne.
Thank you, Joanne.
Good night.
Thanks, Jill. Oh, Jill's gone. Okay.